Anne of Green Gables by Lucy Maud Montgomery. First Chapter Collection, 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Chapter 1. Mrs. Rachel Lynde is surprised. Mrs. Rachel Lynde lived just where the Avonlea main road dipped down into a little hollow fringed with alders and ladies' eardrops, and traversed by a brook that had its source away back in the woods of the old Cuthbert place. It was reputed to be an intricate, headlong brook in its earlier course through those woods, with dark secrets of pool and cascade. But by the time it reached Lynde's Hollow, it was a quiet, well-conducted little stream, for not even a brook could run past Mrs. Rachel Lynde's door without due regard for decency and decorum. It probably was conscious that Mrs. Rachel was sitting at her window, keeping a sharp eye on everything that passed, from brooks and children up, and that if she noticed anything odd or out of place, she would never rest until she had ferreted out the whys and wherefores thereof. There are plenty of people in Avonlea and out of it who can attend closely to their neighbors' business, by dint of neglecting their own. But Mrs. Rachel Lynde was one of those capable creatures who can manage their own concerns and those of other folks into the bargain. She was a notable housewife. Her work was always done, and well done. She ran the sewing circle, helped run the Sunday school, and was the strongest prop of the Church Aid Society and Foreign Missions Auxiliary. Yet with all this, Mrs. Rachel found abundant time to sit for hours at her kitchen window, knitting cotton warp quilts. She had knitted 16 of them, as Avonlea housekeepers were wont to tell in awed voices, and keeping a sharp eye on the main road that crossed the hollow and wound up the steep red hill beyond. Since Avonlea occupied a little triangular peninsula jutting out into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, with water on two sides of it, anybody who went out of it or into it had to pass over that hill road and so run the unseen gauntlet of Mrs. Rachel's all-seeing eye. She was sitting there one afternoon in early June. The sun was coming in at the window, warm and bright. The orchard on the slope below the house was in a bridal flush of pinky white bloom, hummed over by a myriad of bees. Thomas Lynde, a meek little man whom Avonlea people called Rachel Lynde's husband, was sowing his late turnip seed on the hill field beyond the barn, and Matthew Cuthbert ought to have been sowing his on the big red brook field away over by Green Gables. Mrs. Rachel knew that he ought, because she had heard him tell Peter Morrison the evening before in William J. Blair's store over at Carmody that he meant to sow his turnip seed the next afternoon. Peter had asked him, of course, for Matthew Cuthbert had never been known to volunteer information about anything in his whole life. And yet here was Matthew Cuthbert at 3:30 on the afternoon of a busy day, placidly driving over the hollow and up the hill. Moreover, he wore a white collar and his best suit of clothes, which was plain proof that he was going out of Avonlea. And he had the buggy and the sorrel mare, which betokened that he was going a considerable distance. Now where was Matthew Cuthbert going, and why was he going there? Had it been any other man in Avonlea, Mrs. Rachel, deftly putting this and that together, might have given a pretty good guess as to both questions. But Matthew so rarely went from home that it must be something pressing and unusual which was taking him. He was the shyest man alive, and hated to have to go among strangers, or to any place where he might have to talk. Matthew, dressed up in a white collar and driving in a buggy, was something that didn't happen often. Mrs. Rachel, ponder as she might, could make nothing of it, and her afternoon's enjoyment was spoiled. "I'll just step over to Green Gables after tea and find out from Marilla where he's gone and why," the worthy woman finally concluded. "He doesn't generally go to town this time of year, and he never visits. If he'd run out of turnip seed he wouldn't dress up and take the buggy to go for more. He wasn't driving fast enough to be going for a doctor. Yet something must have happened since last night to start him off. I'm clean puzzled, that's what, and I won't know a minute's peace or conscience until I know what has taken Matthew Cuthbert out of Avonlea today." Accordingly, after tea, Mrs. Rachel set out. She had not far to go. The big, rambling, orchard-embowered house where the Cuthberts lived was a scant quarter of a mile up the road from Lynn's Hollow. To be sure, the long lane made it a good deal further. Matthew Cuthbert's father, as shy and silent as his son after him, had got as far away as he possibly could from his fellow men without actually retreating into the woods when he founded his homestead. Green Gables was built at the furthest edge of his cleared land, and there it was to this day, barely visible from the main road, along which all the other Avonlea houses were so sociably situated. Mrs. Rachel Lynde did not call living in such a place living at all. "It's just staying, that's what," she said, as she stepped along the deep-rutted grassy lane bordered with wild rose bushes. "It's no wonder Matthew and Marilla are both a little odd, living away back here by themselves. Trees aren't much company, though dear knows if they were there'd be enough of them. I'd rather look at people. To be sure, they seem contented enough, but then I suppose they're used to it. A body can get used to anything, even to being hanged, as the Irishman said." With this, Mrs. Rachel stepped out of the lane into the backyard of Green Gables. Very green and neat and precise was that yard, set about on one side with great patriarchal willows, and the other with prim Lombardies. Not a stray stick nor stone was to be seen, for Mrs. Rachel would have seen it if there had been. Privately, she was of the opinion that Marilla Cuthbert swept that yard over as often as she swept her house. One could have eaten a meal off the ground without over-brimming the proverbial peck of dirt. Mrs. Rachel rapped smartly at the kitchen door and stepped in when bidden to do so. The kitchen at Green Gables was a cheerful apartment, or would have been cheerful if it had not been so painfully clean as to give it something of the appearance of an unused parlor. Its windows looked east and west. Through the west one, looking out on the backyard, came a flood of mellow June sunlight. But the east one, whence you got a glimpse of the bloom-white cherry trees in the left orchard, and nodding slender birches down in the hollow by the brook, was greened over by a tangle of vines. Here sat Marilla Cuthbert, when she sat at all, always slightly distrustful of sunshine, which seemed to her too dancing and irresponsible a thing for a world which was meant to be taken seriously. And here she sat now, knitting, and the table behind her was laid for supper. Mrs. Rachel, before she had fairly closed the door, had taken a mental note of everything that was on that table. There were 3 plates laid, so that Marilla must be expecting someone home with Matthew to tea. But the dishes were everyday dishes, and there was only crab-apple preserves, and one kind of cake, so that the expected company could not be any particular company. Yet what of Matthew's white collar and the sorrel mare? Mrs. Rachel was getting fairly dizzy with this unusual mystery about quiet, unmysterious Green Gables. "Good evening, Rachel," Marilla said briskly. "This is a real fine evening, isn't it? Won't you sit down? How are all your folks?" Something that, for lack of any other name, might be called friendship existed and always had existed between Marilla Cuthbert and Mrs. Rachel, in spite of, or perhaps because of, their dissimilarity. Marilla was a tall, thin woman, with angles and without curves. Her dark hair showed some gray streaks and was always twisted up in a hard little knot behind, with 2 wire hairpins stuck aggressively through it. She looked like a woman of narrow experience and rigid conscience, which she was. But there was a saving something about her mouth, which, if it had been ever so slightly developed, might have been considered indicative of a sense of humor. "We're all pretty well," said Mrs. Rachel. "I was kind of afraid you weren't, though, when I saw Matthew starting off today. I thought maybe he was going to the doctor's." Marilla's lips twitched understandingly. She had expected Mrs. Rachel up. She had known that the sight of Matthew jaunting off so unaccountably would be too much for her neighbor's curiosity. "Oh, no, I'm quite well, although I had a bad headache yesterday," she said. "Matthew went to Bright River. We're getting a little boy from an orphan asylum in Nova Scotia, and he's coming on the train tonight." If Marilla had said that Matthew had gone to Bright River to meet a kangaroo from Australia, Mrs. Rachel could not have been more astonished. She was actually stricken dumb for 5 seconds. It was unsupposable that Marilla was making fun of her, but Mrs. Rachel was almost forced to suppose it. "Are you in earnest, Marilla?" she demanded when voice returned to her. "Yes, of course," said Marilla, as if getting boys from orphan asylums in Nova Scotia were part of the usual spring work on any well-regulated Avonlea farm, instead of being an unheard-of innovation. Mrs. Rachel felt that she had received a severe mental jolt. She thought in exclamation points. A boy! Marilla and Matthew Cuthbert, of all people, adopting a boy from an orphan asylum. Well, the world was certainly turning upside down. She would be surprised at nothing after this. Nothing. "What on earth put such a notion into your head?" she demanded disapprovingly. This had been done without her advice being asked and must perforce be disapproved. "Well, we've been thinking about it for some time, all winter, in fact," returned Marilla. "Mrs. Alexander Spence was up here one day before Christmas, and she said she was going to get a little girl from the asylum over in Hopeton in the spring. Her cousin lives there, and Mrs. Spencer has visited here and knows all about it. So Matthew and I have talked it over, off and on, ever since. We thought we'd get a boy. Matthew is getting up in years, you know. He's 60, and he isn't so spry as he once was. His heart troubles him a good deal, and you know how desperate hard it's got to be to get hired help. There's never anybody to be had but those stupid half-grown little French boys, and as soon as you do get one broke into your ways and taught something, he's up and off to the lobster canneries or the States. At first Matthew suggested getting a home boy, but I said no flat to that. They may be all right. I'm not saying they're not, but no London street Arabs for me, I said. Give me a native-born at least. There'll be a risk no matter who we get, but I'll feel easier in my mind and sleep sounder at nights if we get a born Canadian. So in the end we decided to ask Mrs. Spencer to pick us out one when she went over to get her little girl. We heard last week she was going, so we sent her word by Richard Spencer's folks at Carmody to bring us a smart, likely boy of about 10 or 11. We decided that would be the best age, old enough to be of some use in doing chores right off, and young enough to be trained up proper. We mean to give him a good home and schooling. We had a telegram from Mrs. Alexander Spencer today. The mailman brought it from the station, saying they were coming on the 5:30 train tonight. So Matthew went to Bright River to meet him. Mrs. Spencer will drop him off there. Of course she goes on to White Sands Station herself. Mrs. Rachel prided herself on always speaking her mind. She proceeded to speak it now, having adjusted her mental attitude to this amazing piece of news. "Well, Marilla, I'll just tell you plain that I think you're doing a mighty foolish thing, a risky thing, that's what. You don't know what you're getting. You're bringing a strange child into your house and home, and you don't know a single thing about him, nor what his disposition is like, nor what sort of parents he had, nor how he's likely to turn out. Why, it was only last week I read in the paper how a man and his wife, up west of the island, took a boy out of an orphan asylum, and he set fire to the house at night, set it on purpose, Marilla, and nearly burnt them to a crisp in their beds. And I know another case where an adopted boy used to suck the eggs. They couldn't break him of it. If you had asked my advice in the matter, which you didn't do, Marilla, I'd have said for mercy's sake not to think of such a thing, that's what." This Job's comforting seemed neither to offend nor to alarm Marilla. She knitted steadily on. "I don't deny there's something in what you say, Rachel. I've had some qualms myself. But Matthew was terrible set on it. I could see that. So I gave in. It's so seldom Matthew sets his mind on anything that when he does, I always feel it's my duty to give in. And as for the risk, there's risks in pretty near everything a body does in this world. There's risks in people's having children of their own, if it comes to that. They don't always turn out well. And then Nova Scotia is right close to the island. It isn't as if we're getting him from England or the States. He can't be much different from ourselves." "Well, I hope it will turn out all right," said Mrs. Rachel in a tone that plainly indicated her painful doubts. "Only don't say I didn't warn you if he burns Green Gables down or puts strychnine in the well. I heard of a case over in New Brunswick where an orphan asylum child did that, and the whole family died in fearful agonies. Only it was a girl in that instance." "Well, we're not getting a girl," said Marilla, as if poisoning wells were a purely feminine accomplishment and not to be dreaded in the case of a boy. "I'd never dream of getting a girl to bring up. I wonder at Mrs. Alexander Spencer for doing it. But there, she wouldn't shrink from adopting a whole orphan asylum if she took it into her head." Mrs. Rachel would have liked to stay until Matthew came home with his imported orphan. But reflecting that it would be a good 2 hours at least before his arrival, she concluded to go up the road to Robert Bell's and tell the news. It would certainly make a sensation second to none, and Mrs. Rachel dearly loved to make a sensation. So she took herself away, somewhat to Marilla's relief, for the latter felt her doubts and fears reviving under the influence of Mrs. Rachel's pessimism. "Well, of all things that ever were or will be," ejaculated Mrs. Rachel when she was safely out in the lane. "It does really seem as if I must be dreaming. Well, I'm sorry for that poor young one, and no mistake. Matthew and Marilla don't know anything about children, and they'll expect him to be wiser and steadier than his own grandfather, if so be's he ever had a grandfather, which is doubtful. It seems uncanny to think of a child at Green Gables somehow. There's never been one there, for Matthew and Marilla were grown up when the new house was built, if they ever were children. which is hard to believe when one looks at them. I wouldn't be in that orphan's shoes for anything. My, but I pity him, that's what." So said Mrs. Rachel to the wild rose bushes out of the fullness of her heart. But if she could have seen the child who was waiting patiently at the Bright River station at that very moment, her pity would have been still deeper and more profound. End of Chapter 1 of Anne of Green Gables. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Anthem by Ayn Rand. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Anthem, Part 1. It is a sin to write this. It is a sin to think words no others think, and to put them down upon a paper no others are to see. It is base and evil. It is as if we were speaking alone to no ears but our own. And we know well that there is no transgression blacker than to do or think alone. We have broken the laws. The laws say that men may not write unless the Council of Vocations bid them so. May we be forgiven. But this is not the only sin upon us. We have committed a greater crime, and for this crime there is no name. What punishment awaits us if it be discovered we know not, for no such crime has come in the memory of men, and there are no laws to provide for it. It is dark here. The flame of the candle stands still in the air. Nothing moves in this tunnel save our hand on the paper. We are alone here under the earth. It is a fearful word, alone. The laws say that none among men may be alone, ever and at any time, for this is the great transgression and the root of all evil. But we have broken many laws, and now there is nothing here save our one body, and it is strange to see only 2 legs stretched on the ground, and on the wall before us the shadow of our one head. The walls are cracked, and water runs upon them in thin threads without sound, black and glistening as blood. We stole the candle from the larder of the home of the street sweepers. We shall be sentenced to 10 years in the Palace of Corrective Detention if it be discovered. But this matters not. It matters only that the light is precious, and we should not waste it to write when we need it for that work which is our crime. Nothing matters save the work, our secret, our evil, our precious work. Still we must also write, for may the Council have mercy upon us. We wish to speak for once to no ears but our own. Our name is Equality 72521, as it is written on the iron bracelet, which all men wear on their left wrists with their names upon it. We are 21 years old. We are 6 feet tall, and this is a burden, for there are not many men who are 6 feet tall. Ever have the teachers and the leaders pointed to us and frowned and said, "There is evil in your bones, Equality 72521, for your body has grown beyond the bodies of your brothers." But we cannot change our bones nor our body. We were born with a curse. It has always driven us to thoughts which are forbidden. It has always given us wishes which men may not wish. We know that we are evil, but there is no will in us and no power to resist it. This is our wonder and our secret fear, that we know and do not resist. We strive to be like all our brother men, for all men must be alike. Over the portals of the palace of the World Council there are words cut in the marble, which we repeat to ourselves whenever we are tempted. We are one in all, and all in one. There are no men but only the great We, one, indivisible, and forever. We repeat this to ourselves, but it helps us not. These words were cut long ago. There is green mold in the grooves of the letters, and yellow streaks on the marble, which come from more years than men could count. And these words are the truth, for they are written on the palace of the World Council, and the World Council is the body of all truth. Thus has it been ever since the great rebirth, and farther back than that, no memory can reach. But we must never speak of the times before the great rebirth, else we are sentenced to 3 years in the palace of corrective detention. It is only the old ones who whisper about it in the evenings in the home of the useless. They whisper many strange things, of the towers which rose to the sky in those unmentionable times, and of the wagons which moved without horses, and of the lights which burned without flame. But those times were evil, and those times passed away when men saw the great truth, which is this, that all men are one, and that there is no will save the will of all men together. All men are good and wise. It is only we, Equality 72521, we alone who were born with a curse, for we are not like our brothers. And as we look back upon our life, we see that it has ever been thus, and that it has brought us step by step to our last supreme transgression, our crime of crimes hidden here under the ground. We remember the home of the infants where we lived till we were 5 years old, together with all the children of the city who had been born in the same year. The sleeping halls there were white and clean and bare of all things save 100 beds. We were just like all our brothers then, save for the one transgression. We fought with our brothers. There are few offenses blacker than to fight with our brothers at any age and for any cause whatsoever. The council of the home told us so, and of all the children of that year, we were locked in the cellar most often. When we were 5 years old, we were sent to the home of the students, where there are 10 wards for our 10 years of learning. Men must learn till they reach their 15th year. Then they go to work. In the home of the students, we arose when the big bell rang in the tower, and we went to our beds when it rang again. Before we removed our garments, we stood in the great sleeping hall, and we raised our right arms, and we said all together with the 3 teachers at the head, "We are nothing. Mankind is all. By the grace of our brothers are we allowed our lives. We exist through, by, and for our brothers who are the state. Amen." Then we slept. The sleeping halls were white and clean and bare of all things save 100 beds. We, Equality 72521, were not happy in those years in the home of the students. It was not that the learning was too hard for us. It was that the learning was too easy. This is a great sin, to be born with a head which is too quick. It is not good to be different from our brothers, but it is evil to be superior to them. The teachers told us so, and they frowned when they looked upon us. So we fought against this curse. We tried to forget our lessons, but we always remembered. We tried not to understand what the teachers taught, but we always understood it before the teachers had spoken. We looked upon Union 53992, who were a pale boy with only half a brain, and we tried to say and do as they did, that we might be like them, like Union 53992, but somehow the teachers knew that we were not, and we were lashed more often than all the other children. The teachers were just, for they had been appointed by the councils, and the councils are the voice of all justice, for they are the voice of all men. And if sometimes in the secret darkness of our heart we regret that which befell us on our 15th birthday, we know that it was through our own guilt. We had broken a law, for we had not paid heed to the words of our teachers. The teachers had said to us all, "Dare not choose in your minds the work you would like to do when you leave the home of the students. You shall do that which the Council of Vocations shall prescribe for you, for the Council of Vocations knows in its great wisdom where you are needed by your brother men, better than you can know it in your unworthy little minds. And if you are not needed by your brother man, there is no reason for you to burden the earth with your bodies." We knew this well in the years of our childhood, but our curse broke our will. We were guilty, and we confess it here. We were guilty of the great transgression of preference. We preferred some work and some lessons to the others. We did not listen well to the history of all the councils elected since the great rebirth, but we loved the science of things. We wished to know. We wished to know about all the things which make the earth around us. We asked so many questions that the teachers forbade it. We think that there are mysteries in the sky, and under the water, and in the plants which grow. But the Council of Scholars has said that there are no mysteries. And the Council of Scholars knows all things. And we learned much from our teachers. We learned that the earth is flat, and that the sun revolves around it, which causes the day and the night. We learned the names of all the winds which blow over the seas and push the sails of our great ships. We learned how to bleed men to cure them of all ailments. We loved the science of things, and in the darkness, in the secret hour, when we awoke in the night and there were no brothers around us, but only their shapes in the beds and their snores, we closed our eyes and we held our lips shut, and we stopped our breath that no shudder might let our brothers see or hear or guess, and we thought that we wished to be sent to the home of the scholars when our time would come. All the great modern inventions come from the home of the scholars, such as the newest one, which was found only 100 years ago, of how to make candles from wax and string, also how to make glass, which is put in our windows to protect us from the rain. To find these things, the scholars must study the earth and learn from the rivers, from the sands, from the winds and the rocks. And if we went to the home of the scholars, we could learn from these also. We could ask questions of these, for they do not forbid questions, and questions give us no rest. We know not why our curse makes us seek we know not what, ever and ever, but we cannot resist it. It whispers to us that there are great things on this earth of ours, and that we can know them if we try, and that we must know them. We ask why must we know, but it has no answer to give us. We must know that we may know. So we wished to be sent to the home of the scholars. We wished it so much that our hands trembled under the blankets in the night, and we bit our arm to stop that other pain which we could not endure. It was evil, and we dared not face our brothers in the morning. For men may wish nothing for themselves. And we were punished when the Council of Vocations came to give us our life mandates, which tell those who reach their 15th year what their work is to be for the rest of their days. The Council of Vocations came on the first day of spring, and they sat in the great hall. And we who were 15 and all the teachers came into the great hall. And the Council of Vocations sat on a high dais, and they had but 2 words to speak to each of the students. They called the students names, and when the students stepped before them one after another, the council said, "Carpenter," or "Doctor," or "Cook," or "Leader." Then each student raised their right arm and said, "The will of our brothers be done." Now, if the council has said carpenter or cook, the students so assigned go to work and they do not study any further. But if the council has said leader, then those students go into the home of the leaders, which is the greatest house in the city, for it has 3 stories. And there they study for many years, so that they may become candidates and be elected to the city council and the state council and the world council, by a free and general vote of all men. But we wished not to be a leader, even though it is a great honor. We wished to be a scholar. So we awaited our turn in the great hall. And then we heard the Council of Vocations call our name, Equality 72521. We walked to the dais, and our legs did not tremble, and we looked up at the council. There were 5 members of the council, 3 of the male gender and 2 of the female. Their hair was white, and their faces were cracked as the clay of a dry riverbed. They were old. They seemed older than the marble of the temple of the World Council. They sat before us, and they did not move. And we saw no breath to stir the folds of their white togas. But we knew that they were alive, for a finger of the hand of the oldest rose, pointed to us, and fell down again. This was the only thing which moved, for the lips of the oldest did not move as they said, "Street sweeper." We felt the cords of our neck grow tight as our head rose higher to look upon the faces of the council, and we were happy. We knew we had been guilty, but now we had a way to atone for it. We would accept our life mandate, and we would work for our brothers gladly and willingly, and we would erase our sin against them, which they did not know but we knew. So we were happy and proud of ourselves and of our victory over ourselves. We raised our right arm and we spoke, and our voice was the clearest, the steadiest voice in the hall that day. And we said, "The will of our brothers be done." And we looked straight into the eyes of the council, but their eyes were as cold blue glass buttons. So we went into the home of the street sweepers. It is a gray house on a narrow street. There is a sundial in its courtyard, by which the council of the home can tell the hours of the day and when to ring the bell. When the bell rings, we all arise from our beds. The sky is green and cold in our windows to the east. The shadow on the sundial marks off a half hour, while we dress and eat our breakfast in the dining hall. where there are 5 long tables with 20 clay plates and 20 clay cups on each table. Then we go to work in the streets of the city with our brooms and our rakes. In 5 hours, when the sun is high, we return to the home and we eat our midday meal, for which 1/2 hour is allowed. Then we go to work again. In 5 hours the shadows are blue on the pavements, and the sky is blue with a deep brightness which is not bright. We come back to have our dinner, which lasts 1 hour. Then the bell rings and we walk in a straight column to one of the city halls for the social meeting. Other columns of men arrive from the homes of the different trades. The candles are lit, and the councils of the different homes stand in a pulpit, and they speak to us of our duties and of our brother men. Then visiting leaders mount the pulpit, and they read to us the speeches which were made in the city council that day, for the city council represents all men, and all men must know. Then we sing hymns, the hymn of brotherhood and the hymn of equality and the hymn of the collective spirit. The sky is a soggy purple when we return to the home. Then the bell rings and we walk in a straight column to the city theater for 3 hours of social recreation. There a play is shown upon the stage, with 2 great choruses from the home of the actors, which speak and answer all together in 2 great voices. The plays are all about toil and how good it is. Then we walk back to the home in a straight column. The sky is like a black sieve pierced by silver drops that tremble, ready to burst through. The moths beat against the street lanterns. We go to our beds and we sleep till the bell rings again. The sleeping halls are white and clean and bare of all things save 100 beds. Thus we have lived each day of 4 years, until 2 springs ago when our crime happened. Thus must all men live until they are 40. At 40 they are worn out. At 40 they are sent to the home of the useless, where the old ones live. The old ones do not work, for the state takes care of them. They sit in the sun in summer, and they sit by the fire in winter. They do not speak often, for they are weary. The old ones know that they are soon to die. When a miracle happens and some live to be 45, they are the ancient ones, and the children stare at them when passing by the home of the useless. Such is to be our life, as that of all our brothers, and of the brothers who came before us. Such would have been our life had we not committed our crime which changed all things for us. And it was our curse which drove us to our crime. We had been a good street sweeper, and like all our brother street sweepers, save for our cursed wish to know, we looked too long at the stars at night, and at the trees and the earth. And when we cleaned the yard of the home of the scholars, we gathered the glass vials, the pieces of metal, the dried bones which they had discarded. We wished to keep these things and to study them, but we had no place to hide them. So we carried them to the city cesspool. And then we made the discovery. It was on a day of the spring before last. We street sweepers work in brigades of 3, and we were with Union 53992, they of the half-brain, and with International 48818. Now Union 53992 are a sickly lad, and sometimes they are stricken with convulsions when their mouth froths and their eyes turn white. But International 48818 are different. They are a tall, strong youth, and their eyes are like fireflies, for there is laughter in their eyes. We cannot look upon International 48818 and not smile in answer. For this they were not liked in the home of the students, as it is not proper to smile without reason. And also they were not liked because they took pieces of coal and they drew pictures upon the walls, and they were pictures which made men laugh. But it is only our brothers in the home of the artists who are permitted to draw pictures. So International 48818 were sent to the home of the street sweepers like ourselves. International 48818 and we are friends. This is an evil thing to say, for it is a transgression, the great transgression of preference. To love any among men better than the others, since we must love all men, and all men are our friends. So International 48818 and we have never spoken of it. But we know. We know when we look into each other's eyes. And when we look thus without words, we both know other things also. Strange things for which there are no words. And these things frighten us. So on that day of the spring before last, Union 53992 were stricken with convulsions on the edge of the city, near the city theater. We left them to lie in the shade of the theater tent, and we went with International 48818 to finish our work. We came together to the great ravine behind the theater. It is empty save for the trees and weeds. Beyond the ravine there is a plain, and beyond the plain there lies the uncharted forest, about which men must not think. We were gathering the papers and the rags, which the wind had blown from the theater, when we saw an iron bar among the weeds. It was old and rusted by many rains. We pulled with all our strength, but we could not move it. So we called International 48818, and together we scraped the earth around the bar. Of a sudden, the earth fell in before us, and we saw an old iron grill over a black hole. International 48818 stepped back, but we pulled at the grill and it gave way. And then we saw iron rings as steps leading down a shaft into a darkness without bottom. We shall go down, we said to International 48818. It is forbidden, they answered. We said, the council does not know of this hole, so it cannot be forbidden. And they answered, since the council does not know of this hole, there can be no law permitting to enter it. And everything which is not permitted by law is forbidden. But we said, we shall go nonetheless. They were frightened, but they stood by and watched us go. We hung on the iron rings with our hands and our feet. We could see nothing below us, and above us the hole, open upon the sky, grew smaller and smaller till it came to be the size of a button. But still we went down. Then our foot touched the ground. We rubbed our eyes, for we could not see. Then our eyes became used to the darkness, but we could not believe what we saw. No men known to us could have built this place, nor the men known to our brothers who lived before us, and yet it was built by men. It was a great tunnel. Its walls were hard and smooth to the touch. It felt like stone, but it was not stone. On the ground there were long, thin tracks of iron, but it was not iron. It felt smooth and cold as glass. We knelt and we crawled forward, our hand groping along the iron line to see where it would lead. But there was an unbroken night ahead. Only the iron tracks glowed through it, straight and white, calling us to follow. But we could not follow, for we were losing the puddle of light behind us. So we turned and we crawled back, our hand on the iron line, and our heart beat in our fingertips without reason. And then we knew. We knew suddenly that this place was left from the unmentionable times. So it was true, and those times had been, and all the wonders of those times. Hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, men knew secrets which we have lost. And we thought, This is a foul place. They are damned who touch the things of the unmentionable times. But our hand, which followed the track as we crawled, clung to the iron, as if it would not leave it, as if the skin of our hand were thirsty and begging of the metal, some secret fluid beating in its coldness. We returned to the earth. International 48818 looked upon us and stepped back. Equality 72521, they said, your face is white. But we could not speak, and we stood looking upon them. They backed away as if they dared not touch us. Then they smiled, but it was not a gay smile. It was lost and pleading. But still we could not speak. Then they said, we shall report our find to the city council, and both of us will be rewarded. And then we spoke. Our voice was hard, and there was no mercy in our voice. We said, we shall not report our find to the city council. We shall not report it to any men. They raised their hands to their ears, for never had they heard such words as these. International 48818, we asked, will you report us to the council and see us lashed to death before your eyes? They stood straight all of a sudden, and they answered, rather we would die. Then we said, keep silent. This place is ours. This place belongs to us, Equality 72521, and to no other men on earth. And if ever we surrender it, we shall surrender our life with it also. Then we saw that the eyes of International 48818 were full to the lids with tears they dared not drop. They whispered, and their voice trembled so that their words lost all shape. The will of the council is above all things, for it is the will of our brothers, which is holy. But if you wish it so, we shall obey you. Rather shall we be evil with you than good with our brothers. May the council have mercy upon both our hearts. Then we walked away together and back to the home of the street sweepers, and we walked in silence. Thus did it come to pass that each night, when the stars are high and the street sweepers sit in the city theater, we, Equality 72521, steal out and run through the darkness to our place. It is easy to leave the theater. When the candles are blown out and the actors come onto the stage, no eyes can see us as we crawl under our seat and under the cloth of the tent. Later, it is easy to steal through the shadows and fall in line next to International 48818 as the column leaves the theater. It is dark in the streets, and there are no men about, for no men may walk through the city when they have no mission to walk there. Each night we run to the ravine, and we remove the stones which we have piled upon the iron grill to hide it from the men. Each night for 3 hours we are under the earth alone. We have stolen candles from the home of the street sweepers. We have stolen flints and knives and paper, and we have brought them to this place. We have stolen glass vials and powders and acids from the home of the scholars. Now we sit in the tunnel for 3 hours each night and we study. We melt strange metals and we mix acids, and we cut open the bodies of the animals which we find in the city cesspool. We have built an oven of the bricks we gathered in the streets. We burn the wood we find in the ravine. The fire flickers in the oven, and blue shadows dance upon the walls, and there is no sound of men to disturb us. We have stolen manuscripts. This is a great offense. Manuscripts are precious, for our brothers in the home of the clerks spend 1 year to copy 1 single script in their clear handwriting. Manuscripts are rare, and they are kept in the home of the scholars. So we sit under the earth and we read the stolen scripts. 2 years have passed since we found this place, and in these 2 years we have learned more than we had learned in the 10 years of the home of the students. We have learned things which are not in the scripts. We have solved secrets of which the scholars have no knowledge. We have come to see how great is the unexplored, and many lifetimes will not bring us to the end of our quest. But we wish no end to our quest. We wish nothing save to be alone and to learn, and to feel as if with each day our sight were growing sharper than the hawk's and clearer than rock crystal. Strange are the ways of evil. We are false in the faces of our brothers. We are defying the will of our counsels. We alone of the thousands who walk this earth, we alone in this hour are doing a work which has no purpose, save that we wish to do it. The evil of our crime is not for the human mind to probe. The nature of our punishment, if it be discovered, is not for the human heart to ponder. Never, not in the memory of the ancient ones' ancients, never have men done that which we are doing. And yet there is no shame in us and no regret. We say to ourselves that we are a wretch and a traitor, but we feel no burden upon our spirit and no fear in our heart. And it seems to us that our spirit is clear as a lake troubled by no eyes save those of the sun. And in our heart, strange are the ways of evil. In our heart there is the first peace we have known in 20 years. End of Chapter 1 of Anthem. Recording by Grace Buchanan.
The Age of Big Business by Burton J. Hendrick. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Age of Big Business, Chapter 1. Industrial America at the End of the Civil War. A comprehensive survey of the United States at the end of the Civil War would reveal a state of society which bears little resemblance to that of today. Almost all those commonplace fundamentals of existence, the things that contribute to our bodily comfort while they vex us with economic and political problems, had not yet made their appearance. The America of Civil War days was a country without transcontinental railroads, without telephones, without European cables or wireless stations or automobiles or electric lights or skyscrapers or million-dollar hotels or trolley cars or 1,000 other contrivances that today supply the conveniences and comforts of what we call our American civilization. The cities of that period, with their unsewered and unpaved streets, their dingy, flickering gaslights, their ambling horse cars, and their hideous slums, seemed appropriate settings for the unformed social life and the rough and ready political methods of American democracy. The railroads, with their fragile iron rails, their little wheezy locomotives, their wooden bridges, their unheated coaches, and their kerosene lamps, fairly typified the prevailing frontier business and economic organization. But only by talking with the business leaders of that time could we have understood the changes that have taken place in 50 years. For the most part we speak a business language which our fathers and grandfathers would not have comprehended. The word trust had not become a part of their vocabulary. Restraint of trade was a phrase which only the antiquarian lawyer could have interpreted. Interlocking directorates, holding companies, subsidiaries, underwriting syndicates, and community of interest, All this jargon of modern business would have signified nothing to our immediate ancestors. Our nation of 1865 was a nation of farmers, city artisans, and industrious, independent businessmen and small-scale manufacturers. Millionaires, though they were not unknown, did not swarm all over the land. Luxury, though it had made great progress in the latter years of the war, had not become the American standard of well-being. The industrial story of the United States in the last 50 years is the story of the most amazing economic transformation that the world has ever known. A change which is fitly typified in the evolution of the independent oil driller of western Pennsylvania into the Standard Oil Company, and of the ancient open-air forge on the banks of the Allegheny into the United States Steel Corporation. The slow, unceasing ages had been accumulating a priceless inheritance for the American people. Nearly all of their natural resources in 1865 were still lying fallow, and even undiscovered in many instances. Americans had begun, it is true, to exploit their more obvious external wealth, their forests and their land. The first had made them one of the world's two greatest shipbuilding nations, while the second had furnished a large part of the resources that had enabled the federal government to fight what was, up to that time, the greatest war in history. But the extensive prairie plains whose settlement was to follow the railroad extensions of the 60s and the 70s, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Oklahoma, Minnesota, the Dakotas, had been only slightly penetrated. This region, with a rainfall not too abundant and not too scanty, with a cultivable soil extending from 8 inches to 20 feet under the ground, with hardly a rock in its whole extent, with scarcely a tree, except where it bordered on the streams, has been pronounced by competent scientists the finest farming country to which man has ever set the plow. Our mineral wealth was likewise lying everywhere ready to the uses of the new generation. The United States now supplies the world with half its copper, but in 1865 it was importing a considerable part of its own supply. It was not till 1859 that the first oil gusher of western Pennsylvania opened up an entirely new source of wealth. Though we had the largest coal deposits known to geologists, we were bringing large supplies of this indispensable necessity from Nova Scotia. It has been said that coal and iron are the two mineral products that have chiefly affected modern civilization. Certainly the nations that have made the greatest progress industrially and commercially, England, Germany, America, are the three that possess these minerals in largest amount. From 60 to 70% of all the known coal deposits in the world were located in our national domain. Nature had given no other nation anything even remotely comparable to the 480 square miles of anthracite in western Pennsylvania and West Virginia. Enormous fields of bituminous lay in those Appalachian ranges extending from Pennsylvania to Alabama, in Michigan, in the Rocky Mountains, and in the Pacific regions. In speaking of our iron, it is necessary to use terms that are even more extravagant. From colonial times, Americans had worked the iron ore plentifully scattered along the Atlantic coast, but the greatest field of all, that in Minnesota, had not been scratched. From the settlement of the country up to 1869, it had mined only 50 million tons of iron ore, while up to 1910 we had produced 685 million tons. The streams and waterfalls that, in the next 60 years, were to furnish the power that would light our cities, propel our streetcars, drive our transcontinental trains across the mountains, and perform numerous domestic services, were running their useless courses to the sea. Industrial America is a product of the decades succeeding the Civil War. Even in 1865, we were a large manufacturing nation. The leading characteristic of our industries, as compared with present conditions, was that they were individualized. Nearly all had outgrown the household stage. The factory system had gained a foothold in nearly every line, even the corporation had made its appearance, yet small-scale production prevailed in practically every field. In the decade preceding the war, vans were still making regular trips through New England and the Middle States, leaving at farmhouses bundles of straw plat, which the members of the household fashioned into hats. The farmers' wives and daughters still supplemented the family income by working on goods for city dealers in ready-made clothing. We can still see in Massachusetts rural towns the little shoe shops in which the predecessors of the existing factory workers soled and healed the shoes which shod our armies in the early days of the Civil War. Every city and town had its own slaughterhouse. New York had more than 200. What is now Fifth Avenue was frequently encumbered by large droves of cattle, and great stockyards occupied territory which is now used for beautiful clubs, railroad stations, hotels, and the highest class of retail establishments. In this period before the Civil War, comparatively small single owners or frequently co-partnerships controlled practically every industrial field. Individual proprietors, not uncommonly powerful families which were almost feudal in character, owned the great cotton and woolen mills of New England. Separate proprietors likewise controlled the iron and steel factories of New York State and Pennsylvania. Indeed, it was not until the war that corporations entered the iron industry, now regarded as the field above all others adapted to this kind of organization. The manufacture of sewing machines, firearms, and agricultural implements started on a great scale in the Civil War. Still, the prevailing unit was the private owner or the partnership. In many manufacturing lines, the joint stock company had become the prevailing organization. But even in these fields, the element that so characterizes our own age, that of combination, was exerting practically no influence. Competition was the order of the day. The industrial warfare of the 60s was a free-for-all. A mere reference to the status of manufactures in which the trust is now the all-prevailing fact will make the contrast clear. In 1865, thousands of independent companies were drilling oil in Pennsylvania, and there were more than 200 which were refining the product. Nearly 450 operators were mining coal, not even dimly foreseeing the day when their business would become a great railroad monopoly. The 200 companies that were making mowers and reapers, 75 of them located in New York State, had formed no mental picture of the future International Harvester Company. One of our first large industrial combinations was that which in the early 70s absorbed the manufacturers of salt. Yet the close of the Civil War found 50 competing companies making salt in the Saginaw Valley of Michigan. In the same state, about 50 distinct ownerships controlled the copper mines, while in Nevada, the Comstock lode had more than 100 proprietors. The modern trust movement has now absorbed even our lumber and mineral lands, but in 1865, these rich resources were parceled out among a multiplicity of owners. No business has offered greater opportunities to the modern promoter of combinations than our street railways. In 1865, most of our large cities had their leisurely horse car systems, yet practically every avenue had its independent line. New York had 30 separate companies engaged in the business of local transportation. Indeed, the Civil War period developed only one corporation that could be described as a trust in the modern sense. This was the Western Union Telegraph Company. Incredible as it may seem, more than 50 companies, 10 years before the Civil War, were engaged in the business of transmitting telegraphic messages. These companies had built their telegraph lines precisely as the railroads had laid their tracks. That is, independent lines were constructed connecting two given points. It was inevitable, of course, that all these scattered lines should come under a single control, for the public convenience could not be served otherwise. This combination was effected a few years before the war, when the Western Union Telegraph Company, after a long and fierce contest, succeeded in absorbing all its competitors. Similar forces were bringing together certain continuous lines of railways, but the creation of huge trunk systems had not yet taken place. How far our industrial era is removed from that of 50 years ago is apparent when we recall that the proposed capitalization of $15 million caused by the merging of the Boston and Worcester and the Western railroads was widely denounced as monstrous and as a corrupting force that would destroy our Republican institutions. Naturally, this small-scale ownership was reflected in the distribution of wealth. The swollen fortunes of that period rested upon the same foundation that had given stability for centuries to the aristocracies of Europe. Social preeminence in large cities rested almost entirely upon the ownership of land. The Astors, the Golets, the Rhinelanders, the Beekmans, the Brevorts, and practically all the mighty families that ruled the old Knickerbocker aristocracy in New York were huge landed proprietors. Their fortunes thus had precisely the same foundation as that of the Prussian Junkers today, but their accumulations compared only faintly with the fortunes that are commonplace now. How many millionaires there were 50 years ago we do not precisely know. The only definite information we have is a pamphlet published in 1855 by Moses Yale Beach, proprietor of the New York Sun, on "The Wealthy Men of New York." This records the names of 19 citizens who, in the estimation of well-qualified judges, possessed more than $1 million each. The richest man in the list was William B. Astor, whose estate is estimated at $6 million. The next richest man was Stephen Whitney, also a large landowner, whose fortune is listed at $5 million. Then comes James Lennox, again a landed proprietor, with $3 million. The man who was to accumulate the first monstrous American fortune, Cornelius Vanderbilt, is accredited with a paltry $1,500,000. Mr. Beach's little pamphlet sheds the utmost light upon the economic era preceding the Civil War. It really pictures an industrial organization that belongs as much to ancient history as the empire of the Caesars. His study lists about 1,000 of New York's wealthy citizens. Yet the fact that a man qualified for entrance into this Valhalla who had $100,000 to his credit, and that 9/10 of those so chosen possessed only that amount, shows the progress concentrated riches have made in 60 years. How many New Yorkers of today would look upon a man with $100,000 as wealthy? The sources of these fortunes also show the economic changes our country has undergone. Today, when we think of our much exploited millionaires, the phrase "captains of industry" is the accepted description. In Mr. Beach's time, the popular designation was "merchant prince." His catalog contains no oil magnates or steel kings or railroad manipulators. Nearly all the industrial giants of antebellum times, as distinguished from the socially prominent whose wealth was inherited, had heaped together their accumulations in humdrum trade. Perhaps Peter Cooper, who had made $1 million in the manufacture of isinglass and glue, and George Law, whose gains, equally large, represented fortunate speculations in street railroads, faintly suggest the approaching era. Yet the fortunes which are really typical are those of William Aspinwall, who made $4 million in the shipping business; of A.T. Stewart, whose $2 million represented his earnings as a retail and wholesale dry goods merchant; and of Peter Harmony, whose $1 million has been derived from happy trade ventures in Cuba and Spain. Many of the reservoirs of this antebellum wealth sound strangely in our modern ears. John Haggerty had made $1 million as an auctioneer. William L. Cogswell had made half as much as a wine importer. Japhet Bishop had rounded out an honest $600,000 from the profits of a hardware store, while Phineas T. Barnum ranks high in the list by virtue of $800,000 accumulated in a business which it is hardly necessary to specify. Indeed, his name and that of the great landlords are almost the only ones in this list that have descended to posterity. Yet they were the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Harrimans, the Fricks, and the Henry Fords of their day. Before the Civil War had ended, however, the transformation of the United States from a nation of farmers and small-scale manufacturers to a highly organized industrial state had begun. Probably the most important single influence was the war itself. Those 4 years of bitter conflict illustrate, Perhaps more graphically than any similar event in history, the power which military operations may exercise in stimulating all the productive forces of a people. In thickly settled nations, with few dormant resources, and with practically no areas of unoccupied land, a long war usually produces industrial disorganization and financial exhaustion. The Napoleonic Wars had this effect in Europe. In particular, they caused a period of social and industrial distress in England. The few years immediately following Waterloo marked a period when starving mobs rioted in the streets of London, setting fire to the houses of the aristocracy and stoning the Prince Regent whenever he dared to show his head in public. When cotton spindles ceased to turn, when collieries closed down, when jails and workhouses were overflowing with a wretched proletariat, and when gaunt and homeless women and children crowded the country highways. No such disorders followed the Civil War in this country, at least in the North and West. Spiritually, the struggle accomplished much in awakening the nation to a consciousness of its great opportunities. The fact that we could spend more than $1 million a day, expenditures that hardly seem startling in amount now, but which were almost unprecedented then, and that soon after hostilities ceased we rapidly paid off our large debt, directed the attention of foreign capitalists to our resources and gave them the utmost confidence in this new investment field. Immigration, too, started after the war at a rate hitherto without parallel in our annals. The Germans who had come in the years preceding the Civil War had been largely political refugees and democratic idealists, but now in much larger numbers began the influx of North and South Germans whose dominating motive was economic. These Germans began to find their way to the farms of the Mississippi Valley. The Irish began once more to crowd our cities. The Slavs gravitated towards the mines of Pennsylvania. The Scandinavians settled whole counties of certain northwestern states, while the Jews began that conquest of the tailoring industries that was ultimately to make them the clothiers of 100 million people. For this industrial development, America supplied the land, the resources, and the business leaders, while Europe furnished the liquid capital and the laborers. Even more directly did the war stimulate our industrial development. Perhaps the greatest effect was the way in which it changed our transportation system. The mere necessity of constantly transporting hundreds of thousands of troops and war supplies demanded reconstruction and re-equipment on an extensive scale. The American Civil War was the first great conflict in which railroads played a conspicuous military part, and their development during those 4 years naturally left them in a strong position to meet the new necessities of peace. One of the first effects of the war was to close the Mississippi River. Consequently, the products of the Western farms had to go east by railroad, and this fact led to that preeminence of the great trunk lines which they retain to this day. Almost overnight Chicago became the great Western shipping center, and though the river boats lingered for a time on the Ohio and the Mississippi, they grew fewer year by year. Prosperity, greater than the country had ever known, prevailed everywhere in the North throughout the last 2 years of the war. So, too, feeding and supplying an army of millions of men laid the foundation of many of our greatest industries. The Northern soldiers in the early days of the war were clothed in garments so variegated that they sometimes had trouble in telling friend from foe, and not infrequently they shot at one another. So inadequately were our woolen mills prepared to supply their uniforms. But larger government contracts enabled the proprietors to reconstruct their mills, install modern machines, and build up an organization and a prosperous business that still endures. Making boots and shoes for Northern soldiers laid the foundation of America's great shoe industry. Machinery had already been applied to shoe manufacture, but only to a limited extent. Under the pressure of war conditions, however, American inventive skill found ways of performing mechanically almost all the operations that had formerly been done by hand. The Mackay sewing machine, one of the greatest of our inventions, which was perfected in the second year of the war, did as much perhaps as any single device to keep our soldiers well shod and comfortable. The necessity of feeding these same armies created our great packing plants. Though McCormick had invented his reaper several years before the war, the new agricultural machinery had made no great headway. Without this machinery, however, our Western farmers could never have harvested the gigantic crops which not only fed our soldiers but laid the basis of our economic prosperity. Thus the war directly established one of the greatest and certainly one of the most romantic of our industries, that of agricultural machinery. Above all, however, the victory at Appomattox threw upon the country more than 1,000,000 unemployed men. Our European critics predicted that their return to civil life would produce dire social and political consequences. But these critics were thinking in terms of their own countries. They failed to consider that the United States had an immense unoccupied domain which was waiting for development. The men who fought the Civil War had demonstrated precisely the adventurous, hardy instincts which were most needed in this great enterprise. Even before the war ended, a great immigration started towards the mines and farms of the trans-Mississippi country. There was probably no important town or district west of the Alleghanies that did not absorb a considerable number. In most instances, too, our ex-soldiers became leaders in these new communities. Perhaps this movement had its most typical and picturesque illustration in the extent to which the Northern soldiers opened up the oil-producing regions of western Pennsylvania. Venango County, where this great development started, boasted that it had more ex-soldiers than any similar section of the United States. The Civil War period also forced into prominence a few men whose methods and whose achievements indicated, even though roughly and indistinctly, a new type of industrial leadership. Every period has its outstanding figure, and when the Civil War was approaching its end, one personality had emerged from the humdrum characters of the time, one man who, in energy, imagination, and genius, displayed the forces that were to create a new American world. Although this man employed his great talents in a field, that of railroad transportation, which lies outside the scope of the present volume, yet in this comprehensive view I may take Cornelius Vanderbilt as the symbol that links the old industrial era with the new. He is worthy of more detailed study than he has ever received, for in personality and accomplishments Vanderbilt is the most romantic figure in the history of American finance. We must remember that Vanderbilt was born in 1794, and that at the time we are considering he was 71 years old. In the matter of years, therefore, his career apparently belongs to the antebellum days. Yet the most remarkable fact about this remarkable man is that his real life work did not begin until he had passed his 70th birthday. In 1865, Vanderbilt's fortune, consisting chiefly of a fleet of steamboats, amounted to about $10 million. He died 12 years later, in 1877, leaving $104 million, the first of those colossal American fortunes that were destined to astound the world. The mere fact that this fortune was the accumulated profit of only 10 years shows perhaps more eloquently than any other circumstance that the United States had entered a new economic age. That new factor in the life of America and the world, the railroad, explains his achievement. Vanderbilt was one of the most astonishing characters in our history. His physical exterior made him perhaps the most imposing figure in New York. In his old age, at 73, Vanderbilt married his second wife, a beautiful Southern widow who had just turned her 30th year, and the appearance of the two, sitting side by side in one of the Commodore's smartest turnouts, driving recklessly behind a pair of the fastest trotters of the day, was a common sight in Central Park. Nor did Vanderbilt look incongruous in this brilliant setting. His tall and powerful frame was still erect, and his large, defiant head, ruddy cheeks, sparkling, deep-set black eyes, and snowy white hair and whiskers made him look every inch the Commodore. These public appearances lent a pleasanter and more sentimental aspect to Vanderbilt's life than his intimates always perceived, for his manners were harsh and uncouth. He was totally without education, and could write hardly half a dozen lines without outraging the spelling book. Though he loved his racehorses, had a fondness for music, and could sit through long winter evenings while his young wife sang old Southern ballads. Vanderbilt's ungovernable temper had placed him on bad terms with nearly all his children. He had had 13, of whom 11 survived him, who contested his will and exposed all his eccentricities to public view on the ground that the man who created the New York Central system was actually insane. Vanderbilt's methods and his temperament presented such a contrast to the commonplace minds which had previously dominated American business that this explanation of his career is perhaps not surprising. He saw things in their largest aspects, and in his big transactions he seemed to act almost on impulse and intuition. He could never explain the mental processes by which he arrived at important decisions, though these decisions themselves were invariably sound. He seems to have had, as he himself frequently said, almost a seer-like faculty. He saw visions, and he believed in dreams and in signs. The greatest practical genius of his time was a frequent attendant at spiritualistic seances. He cultivated personally the society of mediums, and in sickness he usually resorted to mental healers, mesmerists, and clairvoyants. Before making investments or embarking in his great railroad ventures, Vanderbilt visited spiritualists. We have one circumstantial account of his summoning the wraith of Jim Fisk to advise him in stock operations. His excessive vanity led him to print his picture on all the lakeshore bonds. He proposed to New York City the construction in Central Park of a large monument that would commemorate side by side the names of Vanderbilt and Washington, and he actually erected a large statue to himself in his new Hudson River Station in St. John's Park. His attitude towards the public was shown in his remark when one of his associates told him that each and every one of certain transactions which he had just forced through is absolutely forbidden by the statutes of the state of New York. "My God, John," said the Commodore, "you don't suppose you can run a railroad in accordance with the statutes of the state of New York, do you?" "Law," he once roared on similar occasion, "what do I care about law? Ain't I got the power?" These things, of course, were the excrescences of an extremely vital, overflowing, imaginative, energetic human being. They are traits that are not infrequently accompanying genius, and the work which Vanderbilt did remains an essential part of our economic organization today. Before his time, a trip to Chicago meant that the passenger changed trains 17 times, and that all freight had to be unloaded at a similar number of places, carted across towns, and reloaded into other trains. The magnificent railroad highway that extends up the banks of the Hudson, through the Mohawk Valley, and alongside the borders of Lake Erie, a water line route nearly the entire distance, was all but useless. It is true that not all the consolidation of these lines was Vanderbilt's work. In 1853, certain millionaires and politicians had linked together the several separate lines extending from Albany to Buffalo, but they had managed the new road so wretchedly that the largest stockholders in 1867 begged Vanderbilt to take over the control. By 1873, the Commodore had acquired the Hudson River, extending from New York to Albany, the New York Central, extending from Albany to Buffalo, and the Lake Shore, which ran from Buffalo to Chicago. In a few years, these roads had been consolidated into a smoothly operating system. If, in transforming these discordant railroads into one, Vanderbilt bribed legislatures and corrupted courts, if he engaged in the largest stock watering operations on record up to that time, and took advantage of inside information to make huge winnings on the stock exchange, he also ripped up the old iron rails and relaid them with steel, put down 4 tracks where formerly there had been 2, replaced wooden bridges with steel, discarded the old locomotives for new and more powerful ones, built splendid new terminals, introduced economies in 100 directions, cut down the hours required in a New York-Chicago trip from 50 to 24, made his highway an expeditious line for transporting freight, and transformed railroads that had formerly been the playthings of Wall Street and that frequently could not meet their payrolls into exceedingly profitable, high dividend paying properties. In this operation Vanderbilt typified the era that was dawning, an era of ruthlessness, of personal selfishness, of corruption, of disregard of private rights, of contempt for law and legislatures, and yet of vast and beneficial achievement. The men of this time may have traveled roughshod to their goal, but after all they opened up, in an amazingly short time, a mighty continent to the uses of mankind. The triumph of the New York Central and Hudson River Railroad under Vanderbilt, a triumph which dazzled European investors as well as our own, and which represented an entirely different business organization from anything the nation had hitherto seen, appropriately ushered in the new business era whose outlines will be sketched in the succeeding pages. End of Chapter 1 of The Age of Big Business. Industrial America at the End of the Civil War.
Cur Deus Homo by Anselm of Canterbury, 1033 to 1109. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cur Deus Homo, Chapter 1. The question on which the whole work depends. Often both by word of mouth and by letter have I been eagerly asked to write down the explanatory arguments with which I am accustomed to answer those who ask about various points of our faith, for they say that they enjoy them and think them conclusive. They inquire, not that they may through reason be led to faith, but that they may be edified by the insight of those who do believe, and that they may, as far as they can, be always ready to give an effectual answer to any one who asks for a reason of the faith that is in us. The unbelieving often question, deriding Christian simplicity as infatuated, and the faithful wonder in their own hearts, for what reason, and by what necessity, God was made man, and by his death, as we believe and confess, gave life to the world, since he might have done this by another person, whether angelic or human, or by his sole will. On this point not the learned only, but also many unlearned persons inquire much, and ask the reason of it. Therefore, since many desire this subject to be treated, and since the elucidation, though very difficult to carry out, is intelligible to all when completed, and attractive on account of its usefulness and the beauty of the reasoning, I will try, although what should be enough has been said by the Holy Fathers on the subject, to show forth to those who are seeking that which God may design to disclose to me. And since question and answer is an easy way of explaining things, I shall make one of my petitioners my interlocutor. Bozo shall ask, and Anselm answer, as follows. End of Chapter 1 of Cur Deus Homo.
Eight Cousins, or The Anthill, by Louisa May Alcott. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eight Cousins, or The Anthill, Chapter 1. Two Girls. Rose sat all alone in the big best parlor, with her little handkerchief laid ready to catch the first tear, for she was thinking of her troubles, and a shower was expected. She had retired to this room as a good place in which to be miserable, for it was dark and still, full of ancient furniture, sombre curtains, and hung all round with portraits of solemn old gentlemen in wigs, severe-nosed ladies in top-heavy caps, and staring children in little bob-tailed coats or short-waisted frocks. It was an excellent place for woe, and the fitful spring rain that pattered on the window pane seemed to sob, "Cry away, I'm with you." Rose really did have some cause to be sad, for she had no mother, and had lately lost her father also, which left her no home but this, with her great aunts. She had been with them only a week, and, though the dear old ladies had tried their best to make her happy, they had not succeeded very well, for she was unlike any child they had ever seen, and they felt very much as if they had the care of a low-spirited butterfly. They had given her the freedom of the house, and for a day or two she had amused herself roaming all over it, for it was a capital old mansion, and was full of all manner of odd nooks, charming rooms, and mysterious passages. Windows broke out in unexpected places, little balconies overhung the garden most romantically, and there was a long upper half full of curiosities from all parts of the world, for the Campbells had been sea captains for generations. Aunt Plenty had even allowed Rose to rummage in her great china closet, a spicy retreat rich in all the goodies that children love. But Rose seemed to care little for these toothsome temptations, and when that hope failed, Aunt Plenty gave up in despair. Gentle Aunt Peace had tried all sorts of pretty needlework, and planned a doll's wardrobe that would have won the heart of even an older child. But Rose took little interest in pink satin hats and tiny hose, though she sewed dutifully till her aunt caught her wiping tears away with the train of a wedding dress, and that discovery put an end to the sewing society. Then both old ladies put their heads together, and picked out the model child of the neighborhood to come and play with their niece. But Annabel Blish was the worst failure of all, for Rose could not bear the sight of her, and said she was so like a wax doll that she longed to give her a pinch and see if she would squeak. So prim little Annabel was sent home, and the exhausted aunties left Rose to her own devices for a day or two. Bad weather and a cold kept her indoors, and she spent most of her time in the library where her father's books were stored. Here she read a great deal, cried a little, and dreamed many of the innocent bright dreams in which imaginative children find such comfort and delight. This suited her better than anything else, but it was not good for her, and she grew pale, heavy-eyed, and listless, although Aunt Plenty gave her iron enough to make a cooking stove, and Aunt Peace petted her like a poodle. Seeing this, the poor aunties racked their brains for a new amusement, and determined to venture a bold stroke, though not very hopeful of its success. They said nothing to Rose about their plan for this Saturday afternoon, but let her alone till the time came for the grand surprise, little dreaming that the odd child would find pleasure for herself in a most unsuspected quarter. Before she had time to squeeze out a single tear, a sound broke the stillness, making her prick up her ears. It was only the soft twitter of a bird, but it seemed to be a peculiarly gifted bird, for while she listened, the soft twitter changed to a lively whistle, then a trill, a coo, a chirp, and ended in a musical mixture of all the notes, as if the bird had burst out laughing. Rose laughed also, and, forgetting her woes, jumped up, saying eagerly, "It is a mocking bird. Where is it?" Running down the long hall, she peeped out at both doors, but saw nothing feathered except a draggle-tailed chicken under a burdock leaf. She listened again, and the sound seemed to be in the house. Away she went, much excited by the chase, and following the changeful song it led her to the china closet door. "In there! How funny!" she said. But when she entered, not a bird appeared except the everlastingly kissing swallows on the Canton china that lined the shelves. All of a sudden Rose's face brightened, and softly opening the slide, she peered into the kitchen. But the music had stopped, and all she saw was a girl in a blue apron scrubbing the hearth. Rose stared at her for about a minute, and then asked abruptly, "Did you hear that mockingbird?" "I should call it a Phoebe bird," answered the girl, looking up, with a twinkle in her black eyes. "Where did it go?" "It is here still." "Where?" "In my throat. Do you want to hear it?" "Oh, yes, I'll come in." And Rose crept through the slide to the wide shelf on the other side, being too hurried and puzzled to go round by the door. The girl wiped her hands, crossed her feet on the little island of carpet where she was stranded in a sea of soapsuds, and then, sure enough, out of her slender throat came the swallow's twitter, the robin's whistle, the blue jay's call, the thrush's song, the wood dove's coo, and many another familiar note, all ending as before with the musical ecstasy of a bobolink singing and swimming among the meadow grass on a bright June day. Rose was so astonished that she nearly fell off her perch, and when the little concert was over, clapped her hands delightedly. "Oh, it was lovely! Who taught you?" "The birds," answered the girl with a smile, and she fell to work again. "It is very wonderful. I can sing, but not half so fine as that. What is your name, please?" "Phoebe Moore." "I've heard of Phoebe birds, but I don't believe the real ones could do that," laughed Rose, adding, as she watched with interest the scattering of dabs of soft soap on the bricks, "May I stay and see you work? It is very lonely in the parlor." "Yes, indeed, if you want to," answered Phoebe, wringing out her cloth in a capable sort of way that impressed Rose very much. "It must be fun to swash the water around and dig out the soap. I'd love to do it, only Aunt wouldn't like it, I suppose," said Rose, quite taken with the new employment. "You'd soon get tired, so you better keep tidy and look on." "I suppose you help your mother a good deal?" "I haven't got any folks." "Why, where do you live, then?" "I'm going to live here, I hope. Debbie wants someone to help around, and I've come to try for a week." "I hope you will stay, for it is very dull," said Rose, who had taken a sudden fancy to this girl, who sung like a bird and worked like a woman. "Hope I shall, for I'm 15 now, and old enough to learn my own living." "You have come to stay a spell, haven't you?" asked Phoebe, looking up at her guest and wondering how life could be dull to a girl who wore a silk frock, a daintily frilled apron, a pretty locket, and had her hair tied up with a velvet snood. "Yes, I shall stay until my uncle comes. He is my guardian now, and I don't know what he will do with me. Have you a guardian?" "My sakes, no! I was left in the poorhouse steps, a little mite of a baby, and Miss Rogers took a liking to me, so I've been there ever since. But she is dead now, and I take care of myself." "How interesting! It is like Arabella Montgomery in The Gypsy's Child. Did you ever read that sweet story?" asked Rose, who was fond of tales of foundlings and had read many. "I don't have any books to read, and all the spare time I get I run off into the woods. That rests me better than stories," answered Phoebe, and she finished one job and began on another. Rose watched her as she got out a great pan of beans to look over, and wondered how it would seem to have life all work and no play. Presently Phoebe seemed to think it was her turn to ask questions, and said wistfully, "You've had lots of schooling, I suppose?" "Oh, dear me, yes. I've been at boarding school nearly a year, and I'm almost dead with lessons. The more I got, the more Miss Power gave me, and I was so miserable and most cried my eyes out. Papa never gave me hard things to do, and he always taught me so pleasantly I loved to study. Oh, we were so happy and fond of one another. But now he is gone, and I'm left all alone." The tear that would not come when Rose sat waiting for it came now of its own accord, two of them in fact, and rolled down her cheeks, telling the tale of love and sorrow better than any words could do it. For a minute there was no sound in the kitchen but the little daughter's sobbing and the sympathetic patter of the rain. Phoebe stopped rattling her beans from one pan to another, and her eyes were full of pity as they rested on the curly head bent down on Rose's knee. For she saw that the heart under the pretty locket ached with its loss, and the dainty apron was used to dry sadder tears than any she had ever shed. Somehow she felt more contented with her brown calico gown and blue checked pinafore. Envy changed to compassion, and if she had dared she would have gone and hugged her afflicted guest. Fearing that might not be considered proper, she said in her cheery voice, "I'm sure you ain't alone with all such folks belonging to you, and all so rich and clever. You be petted to pieces, Debbie says, 'cause you are the only girl in the family." These last words made Rose smile in spite of her tears, and she looked out from behind her apron with an April face, saying in a tone of comic distress, "That's one of my troubles. I've got 6 aunts, and they all want me, and I don't know any of them very well. Papa named this place Ant Hill, and now I see why." Phoebe laughed with her as she said encouragingly, "Everyone calls it so, and it's a real good name for all the Mrs. Campbells to live handy by, and keep coming up to see the old ladies." "I could stand the aunts, but there are dozens of cousins. Dreadful boys, all of them, and I detest boys. Some of them came to see me last Wednesday, but I was lying down, and when Auntie came to call me I went under the quilt and pretended to be asleep. I shall have to see them sometime, but I do dread it so." And Rose gave a shudder, for, having lived alone with her invalid father, she knew nothing of boys, and considered them a species of wild animal. "Oh, I guess you like 'em. I've seen 'em flying around when they come over from the Point, sometimes in their boats and sometimes on horseback. If you like boats and horses, you'll enjoy yourself first rate." "But I don't. I'm afraid of horses, and boats make me ill, and I hate boys." And poor Rose wrung her hands at the awful prospect before her. One of these horrors alone she could have borne, but altogether were too much for her, and she began thinking of a speedy return to the detested school. Phoebe laughed at her woe till the beans danced in the pan, but tried to comfort her with suggesting a means of relief. "Perhaps your uncle will take you away where there ain't any boys. Debbie says he's a real calm man, and always brings heaps of nice things when he comes." "Yes, but you see that is another trouble, for I don't know Uncle Alec at all. He hardly ever came to see us, though he sent me pretty things very often. Now I belong to him, and shall have to mind him till I am 18. I may not like him a bit, and I fret about it all the time." "Well, I wouldn't borrow trouble, but have a real good time. I'm sure I should think I was in clover if I had folks and money and nothing to do but enjoy myself," began Phoebe, but got no further, for a sudden rush and rumble outside made them both jump. "It's thunder!" cried Phoebe. "It's a circus!" cried Rose, who, from her elevated perch, had caught glimpses of a gay cart of some sort, and several ponies with flying manes and tails. The sound died away, and the girls were about to continue their confidences when old Debbie appeared, looking rather cross and sleepy after her nap. "You are wanted in the parlor, Miss Rose." "Has anybody come?" "Little girls shan't ask questions, but do as they are bid," was all Debbie would answer. "I do hope it isn't Aunt Myra. She always scares me out of my wits, asking how my cough is, and groaning over me as if I was going to die," said Rose, preparing to retire the way she came, for the slide, being cut for the admission of bouncing Christmas turkeys and puddings, was plenty large enough for a slender girl. "Guess you'll wish it was Aunt Myra when you see who has come. Don't never let me catch you coming into my kitchen that way again, or I'll shut you up in the big parlor," growled Debbie, who thought it was her duty to snub children on all occasions. End of chapter 1 of 8 Cousins or The Ant Hill.
Elements of Political Economy by James Mill, 1773 to 1836. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elements of Political Economy. Chapter 1. Production. The distinction between what is done by labor and what is done by nature is very often obscured. A few words, therefore, are necessary to fix the meaning of terms. Labor produces its desired effect only by conspiring with the laws of nature. There is no commodity or thing produced for consumption which labor affects in any other way than by cooperating with the laws of nature. It is found that the agency of man can be traced to very simple elements. He can, in fact, do nothing more than produce motion. He can move things towards one another, and he can separate them from one another. The properties of matter perform all the rest. He moves ignited iron to a portion of gunpowder, and an explosion takes place. He moves the seed to the ground, and vegetation commences. He separates the plant from the ground, and vegetation ceases. Why or how these effects take place, he is ignorant. He has only ascertained by experience that if he performs such and such motions, such and such effects will follow. In strictness of speech, it is matter itself which produces the effects. All that men can do is to place the objects of nature in a certain position. The tailor when he makes a coat, the farmer when he produces corn, do the same things exactly. Each makes motions, and the properties of matter do the rest. It would be absurd to ask to which of any two effects the properties of matter contribute the most, seeing they contribute everything after certain portions of matter are placed in a certain position. Most of the objects which man desires are the effect, not of one operation, but of a series of operations, requiring the lapse of a certain time, a quantity of food, and of such other things as during that time are used by the men who labor, is necessary for the existence of the labor. Not only labor, therefore, but the articles necessary for the maintenance of labor are requisite to production. It often happens that labor is employed upon certain materials which are more or less costly to produce. The woolen manufacturer must have his wool, the carpenter must have his wood, the blacksmith his iron, and other producers the raw material, each of his particular commodity. Labor may be also very much, in many cases, promoted by the use of certain machines. The man who scratched upon the earth with his nails, or with a stick, was very much aided when he obtained the use of a spade. The man who dug with a spade was very much aided when he obtained the use of a plow. The use of instruments has been carried much farther in manufacturing than agricultural operations. From the spindle and distaff, the distance is immense to the vast and operose machinery which fills a modern factory. The food and other articles consumed by the laborers, the raw material on which they operate, and the instruments of all sorts which are employed in aiding their labors, are denominated capital. The requisites to production, then, are two: labor and capital. It most frequently happens that the persons who are willing to bestow their labor are poor, and not possessed of so much as even food sufficient to maintain them during the series of operations which are required to complete the commodity on which they are employed. Still more seldom are they possessed with any of the more costly machinery which contributes on a great scale to produce the commodities which men desire to consume. A distribution accordingly takes place of the persons who contribute to production into two classes: the one, the class of laborers; the other, the class of capitalists. the one the class who bestow the labor, the other the class who furnish the food, the raw material, and the instruments of all sorts, animate or inanimate, simple or complex, which are employed in producing the effect. In the employment of labor and machinery, it is often found that the effects can be increased by skillful distribution, by separating all those operations which have any tendency to impede one another, by bringing together all those operations which can be made in any way to aid one another. As men in general cannot perform many different operations with the same quickness and dexterity with which they can by practice learn to perform a few, it is always an advantage to limit as much as possible the number of operations imposed upon each. For dividing labor and distributing the powers of men and machinery to the greatest advantage, it is in most cases necessary to operate upon a large scale, in other words, to produce the commodities in great masses. It is this advantage which gives existence to the great manufactories, a few of which, placed in the most convenient situations, sometimes supply not one country, but many countries, with as much as they desire of the commodity produced. End of chapter 1 of Elements of Political Economy by James Mill, 1773 to 1836.
Herland by Charlotte Perkins Stetson Gilman. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Herland, Chapter 1. A Not Unnatural Enterprise. This is written from memory, unfortunately. If I could have brought with me the material I so carefully prepared, this would be a very different story. Whole books full of notes, carefully copied records, first-hand descriptions, and the pictures. That's the worst loss. We had some bird's eyes of the cities and parks, a lot of lovely views of streets, of buildings, outside and in, and some of those gorgeous gardens. And most important of all, of the women themselves. Nobody will ever believe how they looked. Descriptions aren't good when it comes to women, and I never was good at descriptions anyhow. But it's got to be done somehow. The rest of the world needs to know about that country. I haven't said where it was, for fear some self-appointed missionaries or traders or land-greedy expansionists will take it upon themselves to push in. They will not be wanted, I can tell them that, and will fare worse than we did if they do find it. It began this way. There were 3 of us, classmates and friends. Terry O'Nicholson, we used to call him the Old Nick with good reason, Jeff Margrave, and I, Van Dyke Jennings. We had known each other years and years, and in spite of our differences, we had a good deal in common. All of us were interested in science. Terry was rich enough to do as he pleased. His great aim was exploration. He used to make all kinds of a row because there was nothing left to explore now. Only patchwork and filling in, he said. He filled in well enough. He had a lot of talents, great on mechanics and electricity, had all kinds of boats and motor cars, and was one of the best of our airmen. We never could have done the thing at all without Terry. Jeff Margrave was born to be a poet, a botanist, or both, but his folks persuaded him to be a doctor instead. He was a good one for his age, but his real interest was in what he loved to call the wonders of science. As for me, sociology's my major. You have to back that up with a lot of other sciences, of course. I'm interested in them all. Terry was strong on facts, geography and meteorology and those. Jeff could beat him any time on biology. And I didn't care what it was they talked about, so long as it connected with human life somehow. There are a few things that don't. We three had a chance to join a big scientific expedition. They needed a doctor, and that gave Jeff an excuse for dropping his just opening practice. They needed Terry's experience, his machine, and his money. And as for me, I got in through Terry's influence. The expedition was up among the 1,000 tributaries and enormous hinterland of a great river, up where the maps had to be made, savage dialects studied, and all manner of strange flora and fauna expected. But this story is not about that expedition. That was only the merest starter for ours. My interest was first roused by talk among our guides. I'm quick at languages, know a good many, and pick them up readily. What with that and a really good interpreter we took with us, I made out quite a few legends and folk myths of these scattered tribes. And as we got farther and farther upstream, in a dark tangle of rivers, lakes, morasses, and dense forests, with here and there an unexpected long spur running out from the big mountains beyond, I noticed that more and more of these savages had a story about a strange and terrible woman land in the high distance. Up yonder, over there, way up was all the direction they could offer. But their legends all agreed on the main point, that there was this strange country where no men lived, only women and girl children. None of them had ever seen it. It was dangerous, deadly, they said, for any man to go there. But there were tales of long ago when some brave investigator had seen it. A big country, big houses, plenty people, all women. Had no one else gone? Yes, a good many, but they never came back. It was no place for men, of that they seemed sure. I told the boys about these stories, and they laughed at them. Naturally, I did myself. I knew the stuff that savage dreams are made of. But when we had reached our farthest point, just the day before we all had to turn around and start for home again, as the best of expeditions must in time, we three made a discovery. The main encampment was on a spit of land running out into the main stream, or what we thought was the main stream. It had the same muddy color we had been seeing for weeks past, the same taste. I happened to speak of that river to our last guide, a rather superior fellow with quick, bright eyes. He told me that there was another river, over there, Short River, sweet water, red and blue. I was interested in this and anxious to see if I had understood, so I showed him a red and blue pencil I carried and asked again. Yes, he pointed to the river and then to the southwestward. River, good water, red and blue. Terry was close by and interested in the fellow's pointing. "What does he say, Van?" I told him. Terry blazed up at once. "Ask him how far it is." The man indicated a short journey. I judged about 2 hours, maybe 3. "Let's go," urged Terry. "Just us 3. Maybe we can really find something. Maybe cinnabar in it." "Maybe indigo," Jeff suggested with his lazy smile. It was early yet. We had just breakfasted, and leaving word that we'd be back before night, we got away quietly, not wishing to be thought too gullible if we failed, and secretly hoping to have some nice little discovery all to ourselves. It was a long 2 hours, nearer 3. I fancy the savage could have done it alone much quicker. There was a desperate tangle of wood and water and a swampy patch we never should have found our way across alone. But there was one, and I could see Terry, with compass and notebook, marking directions and trying to place landmarks. We came after a while to a sort of marshy lake, very big, so that the circling forest looked quite low and dim across it. Our guide told us that boats could go from there to our camp, but long way, all day. This water was somewhat clearer than that we had left, but we could not judge well from the margin. We skirted it for another half-hour or so, the ground growing firmer as we advanced, and presently we turned the corner of a wooded promontory and saw a quite different country. A sudden view of mountains, steep and bare. "One of those long easterly spurs," Terry said appraisingly. "Maybe hundreds of miles from the range. They crop out like that." Suddenly we left the lake and struck directly toward the cliffs. We heard running water before we reached it, and the guide pointed proudly to his river. It was short. We could see where it poured down a narrow vertical cataract from an opening in the face of the cliff. It was sweet water. The guide drank eagerly, and so did we. "That's snow water," Terry announced. "Must come from way back in the hills." But as to being red and blue, it was greenish in tint. The guide seemed not at all surprised. He hunted about a little and showed us a quiet marginal pool where there were smears of red along the border, yes, and of blue. Terry got out his magnifying glass and squatted down to investigate. "Chemicals of some sort. I can't tell on the spot. Looked to me like dye stuffs." "Let's get nearer," he urged, "up there by the fall." We scrambled along the steep banks and got close to the pool that foamed and boiled beneath the falling water. Here we searched the border and found traces of color beyond dispute. More, Jeff suddenly held up an unlooked-for trophy. It was only a rag, a long, raveled fragment of cloth, but it was a well-woven fabric with a pattern, and of a clear scarlet that the water had not faded. No savage tribe that we had heard of made such fabrics. The guide stood serenely on the bank, well pleased with our excitement. "One day blue, one day red, one day green," he told us, and pulled from his pouch another strip of bright-hued cloth. "Come down," he said, pointing to the cataract. "Woman country up there." Then we were interested. We had our rest and lunch right there and pumped the man for further information. He could tell us only what the others had. A land of women, no men, babies but all girls, no place for men, dangerous. Some had gone to sea, none had come back. I could see Terry's jaw set at that. No place for men? Dangerous? He looked as if he might shin up the waterfall on the spot. But the guide would not hear of going up, even if there had been any possible method of scaling that sheer cliff. And we had to get back to our party before night. "They might stay if we told them," I suggested, but Terry stopped in his tracks. "Look here, fellows," he said, "this is our find. Let's not tell those cocky old professors. Let's go on home with them and then come back, just us. Have a little expedition of our own." We looked at him, much impressed. There was something attractive to a bunch of unattached young men in finding an undiscovered country of a strictly Amazonian nature. Of course we didn't believe the story, but yet... "There is no such cloth made by any of these local tribes," I announced, examining those rags with great care. "Somewhere up yonder they spin and weave and dye as well as we do." "That would mean a considerable civilization, Van. There couldn't be such a place and not known about." "Oh, well, I don't know. What's that old republic up in the Pyrenees somewhere? Andorra? Precious few people know anything about that, and it's been minding its own business for 1,000 years. Then there's Montenegro. Splendid little state. You could lose a dozen Montenegros up and down these great ranges." We discussed it hotly all the way back to camp. We discussed it with care and privacy on the voyage home. We discussed it after that, still only among ourselves, while Terry was making his arrangements. He was hot about it. Lucky he had so much money. We might have had to beg and advertise for years to start the thing, and then it would have been a matter of public amusement, just sport for the papers. But T.O. Nicholson could fix up his big steam yacht, load his specially made big motorboat aboard, and tuck in a disassembled biplane, without any more notice than a snip in the society column. We had provisions and preventives and all manner of supplies. His previous experience stood him in good stead there. It was a very comfortable little outfit. We were to leave the yacht at the nearest safe port and go up that endless river in our motorboat, just the three of us and a pilot. Then drop the pilot when we got to that last stopping place of the previous party and hunt up that clear water stream ourselves. The motorboat we were going to leave at anchor in that wide, shallow lake. It had a special covering of fitted armor, thin but strong, shut up like a clamshell. Those natives can't get into it or hurt it or move it, Terry explained proudly. We'll start our flyer from the lake and leave the boat as a base to come back to. If we come back, I suggested cheerfully. Afraid the ladies will eat you, he scoffed. We're not so sure about those ladies, you know, drawled Jeff. There may be a contingent of gentlemen with poisoned arrows or something. You don't need to go, if you don't want to, Terry remarked dryly. Go? You'll have to get an injunction to stop me. Both Jeff and I were sure about that. But we did have differences of opinion all the long way. An ocean voyage is an excellent time for discussion. Now we had no eavesdroppers, we could loll and loaf in our deck chairs and talk and talk. There was nothing else to do. Our absolute lack of facts only made the field of discussion wider. We'll leave papers with our consul where the yacht stays, Terry planned. If we don't come back in, say, a month, they can send a relief party after us. A punitive expedition, I urged. If the ladies do eat us, we must make reprisals. They can locate that last stopping place easy enough, and I've made a sort of a chart of that lake and cliff and waterfall. Yes, but how will they get up? Asked Jeff. Same way we do, of course. If 3 valuable American citizens are lost up there, they will follow somehow, to say nothing of the glittering attractions of that fair land. Let's call it Feminesia, he broke off. You're right, Terry. Once the story gets out, the river will crawl with expeditions, and the airships rise like a swarm of mosquitoes. I laughed as I thought of it. We've made a great mistake not to let Mr. Yellow Press in on this. Save us, what headlines! Not much, said Terry grimly. This is our party. We're going to find that place alone. What are you going to do with it when you do find it? If you do, Jeff asked mildly. Jeff was a tender soul. I think he thought that country, if there was one, was just blossoming with roses and babies and canaries and tidies and all that sort of thing. And Terry, in his secret heart, had visions of a sort of sublimated summer resort, just girls and girls and girls, and that he was going to be, well, Terry was popular among women, even when there were other men around. And it's not to be wondered at that he had pleasant dreams of what might happen. I could see it in his eyes as he lay there looking at the long blue rollers slipping by, and fingering that impressive mustache of his. But I thought then that I could form a far clearer idea of what was before us than either of them. You're all off, boys, I insisted. If there is such a place, and there does seem to be some foundation for believing it, you'll find it's built on a sort of matriarchal principle, that's all. The men have a separate cult of their own, less socially developed than the women, and make them an annual visit, a sort of a wedding call. This is a condition known to have existed. Here's just a survival. They've got some peculiarly isolated valley or tableland up there, and their primeval customs have survived. That's all there is to it." "How about the boys?" Jeff asked. "Oh, the men take them away as soon as they are 5 or 6, you see." "And how about this danger theory all our guides were so sure of?" "Danger enough, Terry, and we'll have to be mighty careful. Women of that stage of culture are quite able to defend themselves and have no welcome for unseasonable visitors." We talked and talked, and with all my airs of sociological superiority, I was no nearer than any of them. It was funny, though, in the light of what we did find, those extremely clear ideas of ours as to what a country of women would be like. It was no use to tell ourselves and one another that all this was idle speculation. We were idle, and we did speculate on the ocean voyage and the river voyage, too. "Admitting the improbability," we'd begin solemnly, and then launch out again. "They would fight among themselves," Terry insisted. "Women always do. We mustn't look to find any sort of order and organization." "You're dead wrong," Jeff told him. "It will be like a nunnery under an abbess, a peaceful, harmonious sisterhood." I snorted derision at this idea. Nuns, indeed! Your peaceful sisterhoods were all celibate, Jeff, and under vows of obedience. These are just women and mothers, and where there's motherhood you don't find sisterhood. Not much. "No, sir, they'll scrap," agreed Terry. "Also, we mustn't look for inventions and progress. It'll be awfully primitive." "How about that cloth mill?" Jeff suggested. "Oh, cloth. Women have always been spinsters. But there they stop, you'll see." We joked Terry about his modest impression that he would be warmly received, but he held his ground. "You'll see," he insisted. "I'll get solid with them all, and play one bunch against another. I'll get myself elected king in no time. Whew! Solomon will have to take a back seat." "Where do we come in on that deal?" I demanded. "Aren't we viziers or anything?" "Couldn't risk it," he asserted solemnly. "You might start a revolution. Probably would. No, you'll have to be beheaded or bowstrung or whatever the popular method of execution is." "You'd have to do it yourself, remember," grinned Jeff. "No husky black slaves and mamelukes. And there'd be 2 of us and only 1 of you, eh, Van?" Jeff's ideas and Terry's were so far apart that sometimes it was all I could do to keep the peace between them. Jeff idealized women in the best Southern style. He was full of chivalry and sentiment and all that. And he was a good boy. He lived up to his ideals. You might say Terry did too, if you can call his views about women anything so polite as ideals. I always liked Terry. He was a man's man, very much so, generous and brave and clever. But I don't think any of us in college days was quite pleased to have him with our sisters. We weren't very stringent, heavens no, but Terry was the limit. Later on, why, of course a man's life is his own, we held, and asked no questions. But barring a possible exception in favor of a not impossible wife, or of his mother, or of course the fair relatives of his friends, Terry's idea seemed to be that pretty women were just so much game, and homely ones not worth considering. It was really unpleasant sometimes to see the notions he had. But I got out of patience with Jeff, too. He had such rose-colored halos on his women folks. I held a middle ground, highly scientific, of course, and used to argue learnedly about the physiological limitations of the sex. We were not in the least advanced on the woman question, any of us, then. So we joked and disputed and speculated, and after an interminable journey we got to our old camping place at last. It was not hard to find the river, just poking along that side till we came to it, as it was navigable as far as the lake. When we reached that and slid out on its broad glistening bosom, with that high gray promontory running out toward us, and the straight white fall clearly visible, it began to be really exciting. There was some talk even then of skirting the rock wall and seeking a possible footway up, but the marshy jungle made that method look not only difficult but dangerous. Terry dismissed the plan sharply. "Nonsense, fellows. We've decided that. Might take months. We haven't got the provisions. No, sir, we've got to take our chances. If we get back safe, all right. If we don't, why, we're not the first explorers to get lost in the shuffle. There are plenty to come after us." So we got the big biplane together and loaded it with our scientifically compressed baggage. The camera, of course, the glasses, the supply of concentrated food. Our pockets were magazines of small necessities. And we had our guns, of course. There was no knowing what might happen. Up and up and up we sailed, way up at first, to get the lay of the land and make note of it. Out of that dark green sea of crowding forest, this high-standing spur rose steeply. It ran back on either side, apparently, to the far-off, white-crowned peaks in the distance, themselves probably inaccessible. "Let's make the first trip geographical," I suggested. "Spy out the land, and drop back here for more gasoline. With your tremendous speed we can reach that range and back all right. Then we can leave a sort of map on board for that relief expedition." "There's sense in that," Terry agreed. "I'll put off being king of Ladyland for one more day." So we made a long skirting voyage, turned the point of the cape which was close by, ran up one side of the triangle at our best speed, crossed over the base where it left the higher mountains, and so back to our lake by moonlight. "That's not a bad little kingdom," we agreed when it was roughly drawn and measured. We could tell the size fairly by our speed, and from what we could see of the sides and that icy ridge at the back end, "It's a pretty enterprising savage who would manage to get into it," Jeff said. Of course we had looked at the land itself eagerly, but we were too high and going too fast to see much. It appeared to be well forested about the edges, but in the interior there were wide plains, and everywhere park-like meadows and open places. There were cities, too, that I insisted. It looked, well, it looked like any other country. A civilized one, I mean. We had to sleep after that long sweep through the air, but we turned out early enough next day, and again we rose softly up the height till we could top the crowning trees and see the broad fair land at our pleasure. Semi-tropical. Looks like a first-rate climate. It's wonderful what a little height will do for temperature. Terry was studying the forest growth. "Little height? Is that what you call little?" I asked. Our instruments measured it clearly. We had not realized the long, gentle rise from the coast, perhaps. "Mighty lucky piece of land, I call it," Terry pursued. "Now for the folks. I've had enough scenery." So we sailed low, crossing back and forth, quartering the country as we went, and studying it. We saw... I can't remember now how much of this we noted then, and how much was supplemented by our later knowledge. But we could not help seeing this much, even on that excited day. A land in a state of perfect cultivation, where even the forests looked as if they were cared for. A land that looked like an enormous park, only it was even more evidently an enormous garden. "I don't see any cattle," I suggested, but Terry was silent. We were approaching a village. I confess that we paid small attention to the clean, well-built roads, to the attractive architecture, to the ordered beauty of the little town. We had our glasses out. Even Terry, setting his machine for a spiral glide, clapped the binoculars to his eyes. They heard our whirring screw. They ran out of the houses. They gathered in from the fields, swift-running light figures, crowds of them. We stared and stared until it was almost too late to catch the levers, sweep off, and rise again. And then we held our peace for a long run upward. "Gosh," said Terry after a while. "Only women there and children," Jeff urged excitedly. "But they look. Why, this is civilized country," I protested. "There must be men." "Of course there are men," said Terry. "Come on, let's find 'em." He refused to listen to Jeff's suggestion that we examine the country further before we risked leaving our machine. "There's a fine landing place right there where we came over," he insisted. And it was an excellent one, a wide, flat-topped rock overlooking the lake, and quite out of sight from the interior. "They won't find this in a hurry," he asserted, as we scrambled with the utmost difficulty down to safer footing. "Come on, boys, there were some good lookers in that bunch." Of course, it was unwise of us. It was quite easy to see afterward that our best plan was to have studied the country more fully before we left our swooping airship and trusted ourselves to mere foot service. But we were 3 young men. We had been talking about this country for over a year, hardly believing that there was such a place, and now we were in it. It looked safe and civilized enough, and among those upturned, crowding faces, though some were terrified enough, there was great beauty. On that we all agreed. "Come on!" cried Terry, pushing forward. "Oh, come on! Here goes for Herland!" End of Chapter 1 of Herland. Recording by Grace Buchanan.
In the Valley by Harold Frederick. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. In the Valley. The French are in the valley. It may easily be that, during the many years which have come and gone since the eventful time of my childhood, memory has played tricks upon me to the prejudice of truth. I am indeed admonished of this by study of my son, for whose children, in turn, this tale is indited, and who is now able to remember many incidents of his youth, chiefly beatings and like parental cruelties, which I know very well never happened at all. He is good enough to forgive me these mythical stripes and bufferings, but he nurses their memory with ostentatious and increasingly succinct recollection, whereas for my own part and for his mother's, our enduring fear was lest we had spoiled him through weak fondness. By good fortune the reverse has been true. He is grown into a man of whom any parents might be proud, tall, well-featured, strong, tolerably learned, honorable, and of influence among his fellows. His affection for us, too, is very great. Yet in the fashion of this new generation, which speaks without waiting to be addressed, and does not scruple to instruct on all subjects its elders, he will have it that he feared me when a lad, and with cause. If fancy can so distort impressions within such short span, it does not become me to be too set about events which come back slowly through the mist and darkness of nearly 80 years. Yet they return to me so full of color, and cut in such precision and keenness of outline, that at no point can I bring myself to say, "Perhaps I am in error concerning this," or to ask, Has this perchance been confused with other matters? Moreover, there are few now remaining who, of their own memory, could controvert or correct me, and if they essay to do so, why should not my word be at least as weighty as theirs? And so to the story. I was in my 8th year, and there was snow on the ground. The day is recorded in history as November 13th, A.D. 1757. But I am afraid that I did not know much about years then, and certainly the month seems now to have been one of midwinter. The Mohawk, a larger stream then by far than in these days, was not yet frozen over, but its frothy flood ran very dark and chill between the white banks, and the muskrats and the beavers were all snug in their winter holes. Although no big fragments of ice floated on the current, there had already been a prodigious scattering of the bateaux and canoes, which, through all the open season, made a thriving thoroughfare of the river. This meant that the trading was over, and that the trappers and hunters, white and red, were either getting ready to go or had gone northward into the wilderness, where might be had during the winter the skins of dangerous animals, bears, wolves, catamounts, and lynx, and where moose and deer could be chased and yarded over the crust, not to refer to smaller furred beasts to be taken in traps. I was not at all saddened by the departure of these rude, foul men, of whom those of Caucasian race were not always the least savage, for they did not fail to lay hands upon traps or nets left by the heedless within their reach, and even were not beyond making off with their boats, cursing and beating children who came unprotected in their path, and putting the women in terror of their very lives. The cold weather was welcome not only for clearing us of these pests, but for driving off the black flies, mosquitoes, and gnats, which, at that time, with the great forests so close behind us, often rendered existence a burden, particularly just after rains. Other changes were less grateful to the mind. It was true I would no longer be held near the house by the task of keeping alight the smoking kettles of dried fungus, designed to ward off the insects, but at the same time had disappeared many of the enticements which in summer oft made this duty irksome. The partridges were almost the sole birds remaining in the bleak woods, and much as their curious ways of hiding in the snow, and the resounding thunder of their strange drumming, mystified and attracted me, I was not alert enough to catch them. All my devices of horsehair and deer-hide snares were foolishness in their sharp eyes. The waterfowl, too, the geese, ducks, cranes, pokes, fish-hawks, and others, had flown, sometimes darkening the sky over our clearing by the density of their flocks, and filling the air with clamor. The owls, indeed, remained, but I hated them. The very night before the day of which I speak, I was awakened by one of these stupid, perverse birds, which must have been in the cedars on the knoll close behind the house, and which disturbed my very soul by his ceaseless and melancholy hooting. For some reason it affected me more than commonly, and I lay for a long time nearly on the point of tears with vexation, and it is likely some of that terror with which uncanny noises inspire children in the darkness. I was warm enough under my fox robe, snuggled into the husks, but I was very wretched. I could hear, between the intervals of the owl's sinister cries, the distant yelping of the timber wolves, first from the Schoharie side of the river, and then from our own woods. Once there rose, awfully near the log wall against which I nestled, a panther's shrill scream, followed by a long silence, as if the lesser wild things outside shared for the time my fright. I remember that I held my breath. It was during this hush, and while I lay striving, poor little fellow, to dispel my alarm by fixing my thoughts resolutely on a rabbit trap I had set under some running hemlock out on the side hill, that there rose the noise of a horse being ridden swiftly down the frosty highway outside. The hoof-beats came pounding up close to our gate. A moment later there was a great hammering on the oak door, as with a cudgel or pistol handle, and I heard a voice call out in German, its echoes ring still in my old ears, "The French are in the valley!" I drew my head down under the fox-skin as if it had been smitten sharply, and quaked in solitude. I desired to hear no more. Although so very young a boy, I knew quite well who the French were, and what their visitations portended. Even at that age one has recollections. I could recall my father, peaceful man of God though he was, taking down his gun some years before at the rumor of a French approach, and my mother clinging to his coat as he stood in the doorway, successfully pleading with him not to go forth. I had more than once seen Mrs. Markel of Minden, with her black knit cap worn to conceal the absence of her scalp, which had been taken only the previous summer by the Indians, who sold it to the French for 10 livres, along with the scalps of her murdered husband and babe. So it seemed that adults sometimes parted with this portion of their heads without losing also their lives. I wondered if small boys were ever equally fortunate. I felt softly of my hair and wept. How the crowding thoughts of that dismal hour returned to me! I recall considering in my mind the idea of bequeathing my tame squirrel to Hendrik Getman, and the works of an old clock, with their delightful mystery of wooden cogs and turned wheels, which was my chief treasure, to my negro friend Tulp, and then reflecting that they too would share my fate and would thus be precluded from enjoying my legacies. The whimsical aspect of the task of getting hold upon Tulp's close, woolly scalp was momentarily apparent to me, but I did not laugh. Instead, the very suggestion of humor converted my tears into vehement sobbings. When at last I ventured to lift my head and listen again, it was to hear another voice, an English-speaking voice which I knew very well, saying gravely from within the door, "It is well to warn, but not to terrify. There are many leagues between us and danger, and many good fighting men. When you have told your tidings to Sir William, add that I have heard it all and have gone back to bed." Then the door was closed and barred, and the hoof-beats died away down the valley. These few words had sufficed to shame me heartily of my cowardice. I ought to have remembered that we were almost within hail of Fort Johnson and its great owner the general, that there was a long line of forts between us and the usual point of invasion, with many soldiers, and, most important of all, that I was in the house of Mr. Stewart. If these seem over-mature reflections for one of my age, it should be explained that, while a veritable child in matters of heart and impulse, I was in education and association much advanced beyond my years. The master of the house, Mr. Thomas Stewart, whose kind favor had provided me with a home after my father's sad demise, had diverted his leisure with my instruction, and given me the great advantage of daily conversation both in English and Dutch with him. I was known to Sir William and to Mr. Butler, and other gentlemen, and was often privileged to listen when they conversed with Mr. Stewart. Thus I had grown wise in certain respects, while remaining extremely childish in others. Thus it was that I trembled first at the common hooting of an owl, and then cried as if to die at hearing the French were coming, and lastly recovered all my spirits at the reassuring sound of Mr. Stewart's voice, and the knowledge that he was content to return to his sleep. I went soundly to sleep myself presently, and cannot remember to have dreamed at all. End of Chapter 1 of In the Valley.
The Life and Letters of Hamilton W. Mabie by Edwin W. Morse. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Life and Letters of Hamilton W. Mabie, Chapter 1. Ancestry, Boyhood, and Youth. The story of the life of Hamilton W. Mabie is of public interest and importance for two principal reasons. In the first place, his influence as an educational force through his writings and his lectures was vastly greater than most people were aware of. This influence was nationwide in extent and was powerful in effect, especially upon the young people of his generation. Through his contributions for nearly 40 years to the Christian Union and the Outlook, through his books, and through his addresses before popular audiences on literary subjects, he was always a torchbearer on the difficult path leading to high ideals, attainable only through intellectual enrichment and spiritual enlightenment. His followers, who gained courage and inspiration from his words, were numbered by the thousands, and their debt to him was great. As a public spirited citizen, too, his activities outside of his professional work were of high value to various communities, so that it may be truly said of him, in the sense that the phrase can be applied to few men, that he left his mark upon his time. In the second place, only a man of exceptional character and of unusual personality could have accomplished what he did. His character, his standards, his ideals are known to all men. Of his rare personality, however, less is generally known. For a man's books do not tell the whole story, do not reveal the full portrait. For these more intimate traits one must look elsewhere, to those who knew him and to his letters to his friends. "Of the things we do," said Mabie on one occasion, "if they are memorable, there are sometimes enduring tokens, but of what we are there are no records save the memory that lies in the hearts of our friends and the influence that, passing into other natures, loses itself in their larger growth." It is doubtful if any man of his generation, save Theodore Roosevelt, had a greater number of devoted friends than Hamilton Mabie, and the memory that he has left in the hearts of those friends will always be cherished. To them he brought a nature of such simplicity, frankness, charm, and cheerfulness, and a spirit of such buoyant helpfulness and hopefulness, that all those who came under their spell derived from him new vigor and fresh courage with which to take up their daily tasks, however burdensome they might be. "He is gone from our earth," wrote his old friend Mr. Howells, "but he has left in each of us the consciousness of an abiding presence, serene and fine and true, which we know for the soul of Hamilton W. Mabie." No man could hope to leave in the hearts of his friends a richer or a more enduring memory than is suggested in these words. Hamilton Wright Mabie was born on December 13, 1845, in Cold Spring, a village on the east bank of the Hudson River opposite Cornwall. The plateau of West Point to the south, the huge bulk of Storm King across the Hudson, and the broad reaches of the river towards Newburgh, gave the neighborhood natural picturesqueness and historical interest. The boy came of mixed stock, Huguenot on his father's side and Scotch English on his mother's, a combination that throws an interesting sidelight upon the development of his character and upon the peculiarities of his temperament. The founder of the family in America was Sergeant Gaspard Mabille, whose father, Siegfried Pierre Mabille, had been obliged to flee from the village of Nevy in the old province of Anjou, where his estates were situated, after the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Day in 1572. Gaspard, who had been named for the Huguenot leader, Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, arrived in New Amsterdam from Holland about the middle of the 17th century. After a generation or two, the spelling of the name was made to conform to the usual pronunciation, Mabie. In course of time members of the family left New York, as the city had then become, and settled among their compatriots of French Protestant descent in New Rochelle. From New Rochelle, Peter Mabie, Hamilton's great grandfather, went, when a boy, with his father's family to the village of Carmel, in what is now Putnam County, New York, where he grew into manhood, and where he acquired a farm of more than 100 acres on the shores of Lake Mahopac, not more than a dozen miles or so east of Cold Spring. He served in the Revolution, his regiment being active in the guerrilla warfare in western Connecticut. The alluring prospects which the West held out to settlers in those days finally made Peter Mabie discontented with his lot at Carmel, and with several of his sons he made his way by slow stages to what later became northern Illinois. The second of these sons, Libius, finding pioneer life in the far West less to his liking than farming in the neighborhood of the home that he had left in Carmel, returned to the East. Levi Jeremiah, Hamilton Mabie's father, was the second of 7 children who were born to Libius Mabie and his wife, Carmel being his birthplace. Hamilton's mother was also born in Carmel. Her maiden name was Sarah Colwell, and she was the daughter, one of 7 children, of Samuel Colwell of a wealthy Tory family of New York City, and his wife Charlotte Bright Colwell. On his mother's side, Hamilton represented the 4th generation in descent from Mercer Hamilton, a younger brother of Sir William Hamilton. Both Mercer and his elder brother were educated at the University of Edinburgh. Efforts were made by the family to induce the younger of the two to enter the church, but an ecclesiastical career had no attractions for him. His eyes were already directed towards the New World, where certainly adventure and perhaps opportunity awaited him. His father's second marriage and his unhappiness under the new family conditions finally gave him the excuse which he desired to run away from home and to sail to America. Reaching America, Mercer Hamilton fell a victim to the wiles of a pretty widow, a Mrs. Belden, and in due course of time one of their 4 daughters married a man named Wright, the couple making their home near Carmel. The Charlotte Wright, Hamilton's maternal grandmother, who married Samuel Colwell, was one of their children. Mrs. Colwell's husband was a patriot and was estranged from his royalist relatives in New York City. Charlotte Colwell had a brother, Mercer Hamilton Wright, who made his home in his maturity in New Orleans. He was the favorite uncle of Hamilton's mother, and when her firstborn came, she gave him the name of this uncle, dropping the Mercer and calling him Hamilton Wright Mabie. Her marriage to Levi Mabie had taken place in the Colwell homestead not far from the village of Carmel on January 22, 1845, the bride being in her 22nd and the groom in his 24th year. Levi Mabie immediately took his bride to Cold Spring, where he had been living for some time and where they made their home. The opportunities in Carmel were too few for a man of ambition and energy like Levi Mabie, who, as appeared later, had the latent capacity for business affairs on a large scale. His removal from Carmel to Cold Spring was undoubtedly inspired by a desire to get nearer the current of traffic that flowed up and down the Hudson between New York and Buffalo by way of the river and of the recently completed Erie Canal, in order to take advantage of whatever opportunity chance or industry might bring him. He remained in Cold Spring only a few years, a period during which he watched with interest the efforts that were making to complete the railway line between New York and Albany. It is a tradition in the family that he was of an inventive turn of mind, and that he supplied several valuable suggestions for the solution of problems that were puzzling the engineers in charge of the railway work. It is easy to imagine that his little son Hamilton, then 3 or 4 years old, may have accompanied his father on some of these excursions and stood with wide-eyed wonder and curiosity during these mysterious proceedings. The railway was not opened for traffic between New York and Albany until 1851. A year or so before this date, Levi Mabie and his family had moved from Cold Spring to Buffalo, where they remained 9 years, living for a part of this time in Washington Street and later near Johnson Park. A baby sister, Jenny, was one member of the family to make this journey, and during their sojourn in Buffalo, 2 more children, both sons, were born to Levi Mabie and his wife, Frank Marvin in 1854 and Edgar Washburn in 1858. Hamilton Mabie left no record of his recollections of these years of his boyhood and youth, such as at least one of his contemporaries in the literary world, T.B. Aldrich, left. In later years he was too much interested in the problems which the present offered and the future foreshadowed to give any time to his own past. Although in a general way he was proud of his Huguenot blood, and was especially pleased when he was elected an honorary member of the Huguenot Society of America, he was on the whole indifferent to the details of his ancestry. "Our chief concern," he said in one of his early papers, "is to know ourselves, not our forebears." This was his attitude throughout his life. The consequence is that the main source of information regarding these early years is the family tradition as it has been preserved by his surviving sister, Mrs. Champney H. Judson of Dobbs Ferry. According to Mrs. Judson, As soon as Hamilton reached the proper age, he was sent to the public schools in Buffalo, where he developed into a studious and apt pupil. His mother was a woman of a sweet, gentle, and lovable nature, whose interests were all centered in her young family. From her the boy derived similar traits, which later endeared him to a large circle of devoted friends. She was a woman, too, of decided strength of character, which she also bequeathed to her son, and believed in the old-fashioned doctrine as to the proper relation between the rod and the wilful child. Young Hamilton must occasionally have wandered outside the bounds which parental discipline set for him, for it is remembered in the family that he much preferred punishment, which was no doubt mild, by his mother, to a moral lecture on his delinquencies by his father. One of his escapades had a curious sequel. In company with another boy, he stayed away from school one day, making the freight cars and railway tracks his playground. The next morning, having no excuse to give his teacher for his previous day's absence, he found it easier to lose himself in the freight yards again than to present himself at school. This went on for a full week, the problem becoming more difficult of solution each day, until the boy was at last fairly overwhelmed by the consciousness that he had placed himself entirely outside the social order to which he was accustomed and to which every one else conformed, and that he knew of no way in which he could recover his lost standing. A note of inquiry from his teacher to his parents brought matters to a crisis. The youth took his punishment with a great sense of relief and went back to school. He never, however, forgot the lesson which that experience taught him. Levi Mabie was a man of rigid probity and of high standards of conduct, both in his business dealings and in his private life, and he required all the members of his family to conform to these standards. There was nothing hard, however, in his character, or harsh or even severe in his manner. On the contrary, he was always helpful and considerate, charitable in both thought and deed. His control over his family was one of sweet reasonableness, and his influence had a decided effect upon the character of his son Hamilton. Deeply religious by nature, he attended the Dutch Reformed Church regularly and conducted family prayers daily. At this period, from about 1850 to 1858, Buffalo was a rapidly growing city of great commercial activity through the lake and canal traffic. Levi Mabie was engaged during these years in one of the principal industries of the city, the wholesale lumber business. As the greater part of this lumber came from Canada, numerous opportunities presented themselves for revenue frauds. On one occasion Mr. Mabie's partner, who had been in Canada buying lumber, returned with the joyful news that he had perfected an arrangement by which the lumber he had purchased was to be got into New York State free of duty. Without any discussion or hesitation, Mr. Mabie left word with his wife that he was to be called early the next morning, and, proceeding to the point on the border where the lumber was to arrive, he paid the customs officials what was due on the consignment which his partner had bought. It is not difficult to understand why a sensitive boy like young Mabie should have suffered more from a lecture on personal conduct by a man of this type than from a gentle chastisement by his mother. The principles, however, of right living and right thinking, which the father laid down in these interviews, probably sank deeper into the boy's heart than he realized at the time. A man of such uncompromising integrity as Levi Mabie may have had some difficulty in holding his own against less scrupulous business rivals. It is certain, however, that he was handicapped by his inability to withstand the rugged winter climate of the Lake City, which compelled him to go inland to Binghamton once or twice in order to recover his health. Whatever the reason, or the combination of reasons, may have been, he left Buffalo in 1858, after a residence there of nearly 9 years, and moved his family to Brooklyn. There they made their home in Putnam Avenue, near Bedford Avenue, where they lived until they moved to Tarrytown. During this period Levi Mabie was engaged in the wholesale boot and shoe business at No. 75 Warren Street, and later in Grand Street, New York. Here again he was unfortunate in one of his partners, who in the early sixties became dissipated and erratic, and who saddled the firm with a large quantity of goods that could not be sold at a profit. The temptation to go into voluntary bankruptcy and thus to escape the necessity of paying the firm's debts would have caused most men at least to hesitate before deciding what policy to adopt. But Levi Mabie was made of sterner stuff. "We will wind up the business, pay what we can, and the balance as we can," was his decision, and this course was followed. The worry and anxiety, however, incidental to these transactions undermined his far from robust health, and to his doctor's decree finally was that he must move into the country and take things easily. It was for this reason that in 1864 the family went to Tarrytown to live. Meanwhile, it had been decided that the eldest son, Hamilton, should be prepared for college. In Buffalo he had attended the public schools, but some other arrangement was thought to be necessary in Brooklyn, and his father's circumstances made the new arrangement possible. A neighbor of the Mabies, named Brevoort, who had a son Harry whom he desired to fit for college, invited Hamilton and another boy, Charles S. West, the son of the Reverend Jacob West, to study together under an especially competent tutor, and the invitation was accepted. All three boys lived near each other, in or near Putnam Avenue, and were of about the same age. Williams College had been selected for Hamilton, Mr. Mabie preferring to have his son go to one of the smaller New England colleges with country surroundings. The boy applied himself to his studies with such diligence and such zeal that by the summer of 1862, when he was 16 years old, he was ready to take the examinations. He was thought, however, to be too young to be sent to college and was held back for a year. He occupied part of the time in the interval in reading law in the office of a Brooklyn attorney, showing that even before he entered Williams, his mind, or that of his father, pointed to the law as a possible profession for him. It is probably safe to assume that in this leisurely year young Mabie read more fiction and poetry than he did law, for in an evidently authoritative article about him in the Bookman for December, 1895, James MacArthur wrote: "When asked if he had any profession in view when he went to Williams, Mr. Mabie replied, 'No, I had no definite professional aim in my education. I have been a great reader all my life. If there is anything that I might venture to claim for myself, it is that I belong to the class Lowell called the great readers. I have been reading as long as I can remember. As a boy I was very fond of Sir Walter Scott's novels. Indeed, my memory begins with Walter Scott. The first poet I remember reading was Longfellow." End of chapter 1 of The Life and Letters of Hamilton W. Mabie.
A Passage to India by E.M. Forster. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Passage to India. Part 1. Ask. Chapter 1. Except for the Marabar Caves, and they are 20 miles off, the city of Chandrapur presents nothing extraordinary. Edged rather than washed by the river Ganges, it trails for a couple of miles along the bank, scarcely distinguishable from the rubbish it deposits so freely. There are no bathing steps on the river front, as the Ganges happens not to be wholly here. Indeed, there is no river front, and bazaars shut out the wide and shifting panorama of the stream. The streets are mean, the temples ineffective, and though a few fine houses exist, they are hidden away in gardens or down alleys whose filth deters all but the invited guest. Chandrapur was never large or beautiful, but 200 years ago it lay on the road between Upper India, then Imperial, and the sea, and the fine houses date from that period. The zest for decoration stopped in the 18th century, nor was it ever democratic. There is no painting and scarcely any carving in the bazaars. The very wood seems made of mud, the inhabitants of mud moving. So abased, so monotonous is everything that meets the eye that when the Ganges comes down it might be expected to wash the excrescence back into the soil. Houses do fall, people are drowned and left rotting, but the general outline of the town persists, swelling here, shrinking there, like some low but indestructible form of life. Inland the prospect alters. There is an oval maidan and a long sallow hospital. Houses belonging to Eurasians stand on the high ground by the railroad station. Beyond the railway, which runs parallel to the river, the land sinks, then rises again rather steeply. On the second rise is laid out the little civil station, and viewed hence, Chandrapur appears to be a totally different place. It is a place of gardens. It is no city, but a forest sparsely scattered with huts. It is a tropical pleasance washed by a noble river. The toddy palms and neem trees and mangoes and papil that were hidden behind the bazaars now become visible, and in their turn hide the bazaars. They rise from the gardens where ancient tanks nourish them. They burst out of stifling purlieus and unconsidered temples. Seeking light and air, and endowed with more strength than man or his works, they soar above the lower deposit to greet one another with branches and beckoning leaves, and to build a city for the birds. Especially after the rains do they screen what passes below, but at times, even when scorched or leafless, they glorify the city to the English people who inhabit the rise, so that newcomers cannot believe it to be as meagre as it is described, and have to be driven down to acquire disillusionment. As for the civil station itself, it provokes no emotion. It charms not, neither does it repel. It is sensibly planned, with a red brick club on its brow, and farther back a grocer's and a cemetery, and the bungalows are disposed along roads that intersect at right angles. It has nothing hideous in it, and only the view is beautiful. Shares nothing with the city except the overarching sky. The sky, too, has its changes, but they are less marked than those of the vegetation and the river. Clouds map it up at times, but it is normally a dome of blending tints, and the main tint blue. By day the blue will pale down into white where it touches the white of the land. After sunset it has a new circumference, orange melting upwards into tenderest purple. But the core of blue persists, and so it is by night. Then the stars hang like lamps from the immense vault. The distance between the vault and them is as nothing to the distance behind them, and that farther distance, though beyond color, last freed itself from blue. The sky settles everything, not only climates and seasons, but when the earth shall be beautiful. By her she can do little, only feeble outbursts of flowers, but when the sky chooses, glory can rain into the Chandrapur bazaars, or a benediction pass from horizon to horizon. The sky can do this because it is so strong and so enormous. Strength comes from the sun, infused in it daily, sighs from the prostrate earth. No mountains infringe on the curve. League after league the earth lies flat, heaves a little, is flat again. Only in the south, where a group of fists and fingers are thrust up through the soil, is the endless expanse interrupted. These fists and fingers are the Marhabar Hills, containing the extraordinary caves. End of Chapter 1 of A Passage to India.
Prevailing Prayer by D.L. Moody. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Prevailing Prayer, Chapter 1. The Prayers of the Bible. Those who have left the deepest impression on this sin-cursed earth have been men and women of prayer. You will find that prayer has been the mighty power that has moved not only God, but man. Abraham was a man of prayer, and angels came down from heaven to converse with him. Jacob's prayer was answered in the wonderful interview at Peniel, that resulted in his having such a mighty blessing, and in softening the heart of his brother Esau. The child Samuel was given in answer to Hannah's prayer. Elijah's prayer closed up the heavens for 3 years and 6 months, and he prayed again, and the heavens gave rain. The Apostle James tells us that the prophet Elijah was a man subject to like passions as we are. I am thankful that those men and women who were so mighty in prayer were just like ourselves. We are apt to think that those prophets and mighty men and women of old time were different from what we are. To be sure, they lived in a much darker age, but they were of like passions with ourselves. We read that on another occasion Elijah brought down fire on Mount Carmel. The prophets of Baal cried long and loud, but no answer came. The God of Elijah heard and answered his prayer. Let us remember that the God of Elijah still lives. The prophet was translated and went up to heaven, but his God still lives, and we have the same access to him that Elijah had. We have the same warrant to go to God and ask the fire from heaven to come down and consume our lusts and passions, to burn up our dross and let Christ shine through us. Elisha prayed, and life came back to a dead child. Many of our children are dead in trespasses and sins. Let us do as Elisha did. Let us entreat God to raise them up in answer to our prayers. Manasseh the king was a wicked man, and had done everything he could against the God of his father. Yet in Babylon, when he cried to God, his cry was heard, and he was taken out of prison and put on the throne at Jerusalem. Surely, if God gave heed to the prayer of wicked Manasseh, he will hear ours in the time of our distress. Is not this a time of distress with a great number of our fellow men? Are there not many among us whose hearts are burdened? As we go to the throne of grace, let us remember that God answers prayer. Look again at Samson. He prayed, and his strength came back, so that he slew more at his death than during his life. He was a restored backslider, and he had power with God. If those who have been backsliders will but return to God, they will see how quickly God will answer prayer. Job prayed, and his captivity was turned. Light came to the place of darkness, and God lifted him up above the height of his former prosperity, in answer to prayer. Daniel prayed to God, and Gabriel came to tell him that he was a man greatly beloved of God. 3 times that message came to him from heaven in answer to prayer. The secrets of heaven were imparted to him, and he was told that God's Son was going to be cut off for the sins of his people. We find also that Cornelius prayed, and Peter was sent to tell him words whereby he and his should be saved. In answer to prayer, this great blessing came upon him and his household. Peter had gone up to the housetop to pray in the afternoon, when he had that wonderful vision of the sheet let down from heaven. It was when prayer was made without ceasing unto God for Peter that the angel was sent to deliver him. So all through the Scriptures you will find that when believing prayer went up to God, the answer came down. I think it would be a very interesting study to go right through the Bible and see what has happened while God's people have been on their knees calling upon Him. Certainly the study would greatly strengthen our faith, showing as it would how wonderfully God has heard and delivered, when the cry has gone up to Him for help. Look at Paul and Silas in the prison at Philippi. As they prayed and sang praises, the place was shaken, and the jailer was converted. Probably that one conversion has done more than any other recorded in the Bible to bring people into the kingdom of God. How many have been blessed in seeking to answer the question, "What must I do to be saved?" It was the prayer of those 2 godly men that brought the jailer to his knees, and that brought blessing to him and his family. You remember how Stephen, as he prayed and looked up, saw the heavens opened, and the Son of Man at the right hand of God. The light of heaven fell on his face so that it shone. Remember, too, how the face of Moses shone as he came down from the mount. He had been in communion with God. So when we get really into communion with God, He lifts up His countenance upon us, and instead of our having gloomy looks, our faces will shine, because God has heard and answered our prayers. I want to call special attention to Christ as an example for us in all things, in nothing more than in prayer. We read that Christ prayed to His Father for everything. Every great crisis in His life was preceded by prayer. Let me quote a few passages. I never noticed till a few years ago that Christ was praying at His baptism. As he prayed, the heaven was opened, and the Holy Ghost descended on him. Another great event in his life was his transfiguration. As he prayed, the fashion of his countenance was altered, and his raiment was white and glistening. We read again, "It came to pass in those days that he went into the mountain to pray, and continued all night in prayer to God." This is the only place where it is recorded that the Savior spent a whole night in prayer. What was about to take place? When he came down from the mountain, he gathered his disciples around him and preached that great discourse known as the Sermon on the Mount, the most wonderful sermon that has ever been preached to mortal men. Probably no sermon has done so much good, and it was preceded by a night of prayer. If our sermons are going to reach the hearts and consciences of the people, we must be much in prayer to God, that there may be power with the Word. In the Gospel of John we read that Jesus at the grave of Lazarus lifted up his eyes to heaven and said, "Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me, and I know that thou hearest me always. But because of the people which stand by, I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me." Notice that before he spoke the dead to life, he spoke to his Father. If our spiritually dead ones are to be raised, we must first get power with God. The reason we so often fail in moving our fellow men is that we try to win them without first getting power with God. Jesus was in communion with his Father, and so he could be assured that his prayers were heard. We read again in the 12th of John that he prayed to the Father. I think this is one of the saddest chapters in the whole Bible. He was about to leave the Jewish nation and to make atonement for the sin of the world. Hear what he says: "Now is my soul troubled, and what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour. But for this cause came I unto this hour." He was almost under the shadow of the cross. The iniquities of mankind were about to be laid upon him. One of his 12 disciples was going to deny him and swear he never knew him. Another was to sell him for 30 pieces of silver. All were to forsake him and flee. His soul was exceeding sorrowful, and he prays. When his soul was troubled, God spake to him. Then in the Garden of Gethsemane, while he prayed, an angel appeared to strengthen him. In answer to his cry, "Father, glorify thy name," he hears a voice coming down from the glory. "I have both glorified it, and will glorify it again." Another memorable prayer of our Lord was in the Garden of Gethsemane. He was withdrawn from them about a stone's cast, and kneeled down and prayed. I would draw your attention to the recorded fact that 4 times the answer came right down from heaven while the Savior prayed to God. The first time was at his baptism, when the heavens were opened, and the Spirit descended upon him in answer to his prayer. Again, on the Mount of Transfiguration, God appeared and spoke to him. Then, when the Greeks came desiring to see him, the voice of God was heard responding to his call. And again, when he cried to the Father in the midst of his agony, a direct response was given. These things are recorded, I doubt not, that we may be encouraged to pray. We read that his disciples came to him and said, "Lord, teach us to pray." It is not recorded that he taught them how to preach. I have often said that I would rather know how to pray like Daniel than to preach like Gabriel. If you get love into your soul, so that the grace of God may come down in answer to prayer, there will be no trouble about reaching the people. It is not by eloquent sermons that perishing souls are going to be reached. We need the power of God in order that the blessing may come down. The prayer our Lord taught his disciples is commonly called the Lord's Prayer. I think that the Lord's Prayer, more properly, is that in the 17th of John. That is the longest prayer on record that Jesus made. You can read it slowly and carefully in about 4 or 5 minutes. I think we may learn a lesson here. Our Master's prayers were short when offered in public. When he was alone with God, that was a different thing, and he could spend the whole night in communion with his Father. My experience is that those who pray most in their closets generally make short prayers in public. Long prayers are too often not prayers at all, and they weary the people. How short the publican's prayer was! God, be merciful to me, a sinner. The Syrophoenician woman's was shorter still. Lord, help me. She went right to the mark, and she got what she wanted. The prayer of the thief on the cross was a short one. Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. Peter's prayer was, Lord, save me, or I perish. So if you go through the Scriptures, you will find that the prayers that brought immediate answers were generally brief. Let our prayers be to the point, just telling God what we want. In the prayer of our Lord in John 17, we find that he made 7 requests, 1 for himself, 4 for his disciples around him, and 2 for the disciples of succeeding ages. 6 times in that one prayer he repeats that God had sent him. The world looked upon him as an impostor, and he wanted them to know that he was heaven sent. He speaks of the world 9 times, and makes mention of his disciples and those who believe on him 50 times. Christ's last prayer on the cross was a short one. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. I believe that prayer was answered. We find that right there in front of the cross a Roman centurion was converted. It was probably in answer to the Saviour's prayer. The conversion of the thief, I believe, was in answer to that prayer of our blessed Lord. Saul of Tarsus may have heard it, and the words may have followed him as he traveled to Damascus, so that when the Lord spoke to him on the way, he may have recognized the voice. One thing we do know, that on the day of Pentecost some of the enemies of the Lord were converted. Surely that was in answer to the prayer, Father, forgive them. Hence we see that prayer holds a high place among the exercises of a spiritual life. All God's people have been praying people. Look, for instance, at Baxter. He stained his study walls with praying breath, and after he was anointed with the unction of the Holy Ghost, sent a river of living water over Kidderminster and converted hundreds. Luther and his companions were men of such mighty pleading with God that they broke the spell of ages, and laid nations subdued at the foot of the cross. John Knox grasped all Scotland in his strong arms of faith. His prayers terrified tyrants. Whitfield, after much holy, faithful closet pleading, went to the Devil's Fair and took more than 1,000 souls out of the paw of the lion in one day. See a praying Wesley turn more than 10,000 souls to the Lord. Look at the praying Finney, whose prayers, faith, sermons, and writings have shaken this whole country, and sent a wave of blessing through the churches on both sides of the sea. Dr. Guthrie thus speaks of prayer and its necessity. The first true sign of spiritual life, prayer, is also the means of maintaining it. Men can as well live physically without breathing as spiritually without praying. There is a class of animals, the cetaceous, neither fish nor sea fowl, that inhabit the deep. It is their home. They never leave it for the shore. Yet, though swimming beneath its waves and sounding its darkest depths, they have ever and anon to rise to the surface that they may breathe the air. Without that, these monarchs of the deep could not exist in the dense elements in which they live, and move, and have their being. And something like that is imposed on them by a physical necessity, the Christian has to do by a spiritual one. It is by ever and anon ascending up to God, by rising through prayer into a loftier, purer region for supplies of divine grace, that he maintains his spiritual life. Prevent these animals from rising to the surface, and they die for want of breath. Prevent the Christian from rising to God, and he dies for want of prayer. "Give me children," cried Rachel, "or else I die. Let me breathe," says a man gasping, "or else I die. Let me pray," says the Christian, "or else I die." "Since I began," said Dr. Payson when a student, to beg God's blessing on my studies, "I have done more in 1 week than in the whole year before." Luther, when most pressed with work, said, "I have so much to do that I cannot get on without 3 hours a day praying." And not only do theologians think and speak highly of prayer. Men of all ranks and positions in life have felt the same. General Havelock rose at 4 o'clock, if the hour for marching was 6, rather than lose the precious privilege of communion with God before setting out. Sir Matthew Hale says, "If I omit praying and reading God's Word in the morning, nothing goes well all day." "A great part of my time," says McShane, "is spent in getting my heart in tune for prayer. It is the link that connects earth with heaven." A comprehensive view of the subject will show that there are 9 elements which are essential to true prayer. The first is adoration. We cannot meet God on a level at the start. We must approach Him as one far beyond our reach and sight. The next is confession. Sin must be put out of the way. We cannot have any communion with God while there is any transgression between us. If there stands some wrong you have done a man, you cannot expect that man's favor until you go to him and confess the fault. Restitution is another. We have to make good the wrong wherever possible. Thanksgiving is the next. We must be thankful for what God has done for us already. Then comes forgiveness, and then unity, and then for prayer such as these things produce there must be faith. Thus influenced, we shall be ready to offer direct petition. We hear a good deal of praying that is just exhorting, and if you did not see the man's eyes closed, you would suppose he was preaching. Then much that is called prayer is simply finding fault. There needs to be more petition in our prayers. After all these there must come submission. While praying we must be ready to accept the will of God. We shall consider these 9 elements in detail, closing our inquiries by giving incidents illustrative of the certainty of our receiving, under such conditions, answers to prayer. End of Chapter 1 of Prevailing Prayer.
The romantic story of the Puritan Fathers and their founding of New Boston and the Massachusetts Bay Colony by Albert Christopher Addison. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The romantic story of the Puritan Fathers and their founding of New Boston and the Massachusetts Bay Colony. The Mayflower Pilgrims. Chapter 1. The Mayflower Pilgrims. Few places in England possess a more impressive history than Boston and Lincolnshire. The records of this ancient township go back to the middle of the 7th century, when Botolph, a pious Saxon monk, allowed to settle here by Ethelmund, king of the East Angles, founded a monastery on an untilled place where none dwelt, named Icano, or Ox Island, a wilderness unfrequented by men, the St. Botolph's town of later years. Towards the close of the 9th century came the invading Danes, with wasting fire and sword, and the saintly Botolph and his following, and the rude structures they had raised, were swept away. Next the Normans, whom the Saxon fenmen were the last to resist, set up a small stone church, and this in turn made way for the present noble edifice, commenced on the same site in 1309, and carried over and around the older church, which was not removed until the new building was completed. The story is that the foundation of St. Botolph's church were of timber and wool packs. This in part is no doubt literally true. At the same time it is meant to express in metaphor that the trade in those commodities produced the wealth which enabled the people to erect the church. But no mere material prosperity would have inspired such a design. It was due also to the religious enthusiasm which had been aroused by the preaching of the friars. After the Norman conquest, Boston entered upon a period of growing prosperity. Compared with the rest of England, there was then no surplus population to be employed in manufacture. This is practically the position of Canada and Australia today. The chief raw product of England was wool, and trade consisted in exporting wool and importing in exchange for it cloth and manufactured goods and articles of luxury. Now, Lincolnshire has always been a county famed for its sheep, and Boston is a port facing toward the Netherlands, which was the great manufacturing country. At this period Boston was as Sydney now, as in Ghent and Bruges were as are Leeds and Bradford. The stream of trade flowed from the Asiatic regions at the southeast across Europe to Britain in the northwest. The great commercial sites of the world were in the center of that route, in southern Germany and northern Italy, and Boston was on the route. Thus it was that Boston, in the reign of John, who lost his baggage in the neighboring Wash, ranked next to London as the second port in the kingdom. But Boston's prosperity was highest from 1300 to 1450, the period during which its glorious church was building. Those were the days of the Hanseatic League, which had its steelyard and staple at Boston. 4 friaries were established in the town, and the numerous mercantile guilds which sprang into existence were another evidence of its commercial growth. But there was a turn of the tide. England became a self-supporting country, which manufactured its own raw material. Such towns as Norwich and Worsted took the place once held by the Flemish cities, and the Fen port was no longer wanted for the export of wool. While ships were made larger, its harbor was silted up. Boston was a decaying town. The success of the Moslems broke up the old overland trade route to India, and the attempt to find a new route led to the discovery of America. Instead of flowing in an easterly direction, the main stream of trade was across the Atlantic towards the west, and Liverpool and Bristol usurped the place which Boston had once held. And so the glory of the Boston of the Middle Ages departed. The Easterlings and their league, the steelyard and the staple, were but a memory, and the friaries and the mercantile guilds went the way of the rest. Yet Boston survived the loss of its trade and of institutions associated with its medieval activity and importance. Greater things were reserved for it. Soon it was to be redeemed from the obscurity which threatened it, and to obtain a place in world history by reason of the part it played in the peopling of New England, in its share in the founding of the American states. It was in the period of the great upheaval in church and state that the Lincolnshire Boston made its impress upon the pages of history. True, in the centuries which followed, Boston benefited by the drainage of the surrounding fens and became the metropolis of a wealthy agricultural district and a center of distribution for the corn trade. Great granaries reared themselves on the banks of its river, and still more recent times it came to have docks as well as a harbor, and a better passage to the sea, and to thrive as a shipping and fishing port in the realm of modern industry. But even so, its commercial position was relatively less important than that of the old days, and its title to a wider recognition had still to rest on the times when, having ceased to export cargoes of wool to be made into cloth in Holland, it sent forth the men of mark who made the name of the American Boston, and incidentally the fame of the English Boston. So it comes about that the history of old Boston, which endures in the eyes of men and will be handed on, is in the main that which clings to its monumental church and the men who worshipped and went out from there, and to its Puritan associations and its Pilgrim Fathers' shrines. In a remoter sense it has claims in the same direction which are not without interest. With the cause of religious freedom from its inception onward it can boast of certain links. Sir Thomas Holland, for example, holder of the ancient manor of Estovening at Swineshead near Boston, married the fair maid of Kent, afterwards the wife of Edward the Black Prince and mother of Richard II., whose consort, Anne of Bohemia, was the mother of the Reformation in England. It was on the petition of Anne that the Guild of St. Mary at Boston, which built the Guild Hall, was incorporated. Evidence of her action has come down to us in the carved head of the Queen commemorating it on the miserere bracket of a stall in the church. Boston was the maternal home of Anne Boleyn, who followed Anne of Bohemia as the mother of the Reformation in England. To Boston also belonged the family of Thomas Cromwell. The accomplished and fascinating Anne Boleyn, who married Henry VIII., was daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn, who had married a sister of the Duke of Norfolk. This alliance brought Sir Thomas into touch with royalty and led to the presence of his daughter at the court of Queen Catherine. The history of the unfortunate Anne is a melancholy romance. Her ancestress was that Dame Marjorie Tilney who laid the first stone of Boston steeple, the giant stump, in 1309, and thereupon laid she £5 sterling. Thomas Cromwell, the hammer of monasteries, was son of Catherine, sister of Sir Richard Cromwell, alias Williams, the founder of the house and great-grandfather of Oliver Cromwell, the Protector. Richard Cromwell was born in the parish of Lanison, and migrating to Boston held lands at Cowbridge, so named after the Cowbridge family in Glamorganshire. The Cromwells and the Bourchiers were settled in the neighborhood of Boston before they went down to Huntingdon and Essex. Thomas Cromwell was a clerk in an English factory at Antwerp when he was engaged in a remarkable enterprise for renewing Pope Julius's pardons to Boston, the fact of which are attested by John Fox in his Acts and Monuments. Fox himself was born at Boston in 1517. He lost his father at an early age, and when a convert to the Reformed doctrines, he was tried for heresy and deprived of his fellowship of Magdalen College, Oxford. He was disinherited by his stepfather, Richard Melton, a Romanist. Nothing is known of his parents except that they were of respectable rank in Boston. The name occurs some half-dozen times in the local records of the second half of the 16th century, but only in one case, that of John Fox Draper, can a family connection be traced. The spot where Fox saw the light was a passage at the angle of Peacock Lane, behind the old council house, on the site of which in later times stood the Angel hostelry in the marketplace. But these things by the way. The period which concerns us here is that time of tumult spoken of, the first half of the 17th century. Chiefly we have to do with the Puritans of the Church, who gave the New Boston its name. But first we must say a little about those sturdy dissenters of the Gainsborough community who, fleeing from persecution, left their homes in the North Midland villages, attempted to escape by sea from Boston, succeeded later in sailing from the North Lincolnshire coast down the Humber, and finally, after their sojourn in Holland, led the way out to the west and planted the germ of the New England colonies. Their leaders were William Brewster of Scrooby, the devoted elder who did so much for his brethren throughout, and William Bradford of Austerfield, a young man, afterwards Governor Bradford, and author of the valuable manuscript, History of Plymouth Plantation. These were the Pilgrim Fathers. It was in the autumn of 1607 that the Pilgrims appeared at Boston, and there arranged for a passage across the North Sea. Elder Brewster preceded them and hired a vessel in which they embarked a little below the town, probably near where Kerbeck Church stands on the north bank of the Witham, but the treacherous shipmaster, a Dutchman, betrayed them to the officers of the port, and they were promptly arrested. For, be it remembered, it was a crime in the eyes of the law to immigrate without license. Hurried into open boats, they were stripped and robbed of their belongings, and carried into Boston, a spectacle for the gathered crowd, and then thrown into prison. They appear to have been kindly treated by the magistrates, who, as Bradford tells us, used them courteously and showed them what favor they could. And this was not surprising, for Puritan sympathy was already spreading in the town. After a month's detention, during which the Privy Council was consulted as to the disposal of them, the majority of the prisoners were discharged and sent back to their homes. 7 of the leaders were kept in custody, including Brewster, who, says the Plymouth historian of after years, was chief of those that were taken at Boston and suffered the greatest loss. At last they were bound over to the assizes. What happened to them there we have no means of knowing, but we do know that in the autumn following they made a second and more successful attempt, and got away from the Humber in another Dutchman's ship, at a point on the Lincolnshire shore above Grimsby. Even then they were surprised by armed men, and some in the confusion were left behind. But eventually all assembled at Amsterdam, whence they moved on to Leyden, where they stayed 11 peaceful years, till the summer of 1620, when, determined to form an English-speaking colony of their own, they made the historic voyage out west in the little Mayflower. They reached Cape Cod 100 strong on November 21st, and a month later going ashore at Plymouth, so named in honor of their last place of call, the English Plymouth. Here, after losing many of their number by cold, famine, and sickness, the heroic band established a settlement whose noble future they could never have dreamt of, in those first days of struggle with hardships and adversity. There is much in old Boston still to remind us of the Pilgrim Fathers. First we have the ancient Guildhall, built by the Guild of St. Mary towards the close of the 15th century. Here in the basement are still to be seen two of the dark and dismal cells in which Brewster and his companions in search of freedom were confined, before they were brought to the hall to be taken before the justices in the court-room above. Reached by a winding wooden staircase, part of which remains, and a trapdoor cut in the floor at the top. At other times they were presumably accommodated in the old town gaol then standing on the market-place, but long ago pulled down. On the walls of the upper room, with its open roof and heavy oak beams, may be read the table of Boston's mayors since 1545, when the town received its charter of incorporation. Leading from it is the quaint old council chamber, used after 1554, when the property of the defunct guilds was granted to the corporation by Philip and Mary, down to 1835, with its empty labelled archives hidden behind beautiful carved folding doors, and a painting of Sir Joseph Banks, once recorder of Boston, hanging on its wainscoted walls. In the courtroom justice continued to be administered by the borough justices and the quarter sessions till nearly the middle of the 19th century, but the fittings were not removed until 1878. There is a larger apartment in the fore part of the hall, with a minstrel's gallery and a handsome Gothic window containing fragments of the original colored glass. Here in the old days were eaten the civic banquets, prepared in the spacious kitchens beside the pilgrim cells, and the huge open fireplaces, capacious coppers and monster spits bear mute and chiding witness to the festive prodigality of an unreformed corporation. Leaving the Guildhall, we soon reached the grammar school, built 40 years before the Pilgrims came to Boston, standing in the old mart yard in Southend, wherein for centuries was held the great annual fair of St. Botolph's. Behind the grammar school, just across the fields, is another landmark of old Boston, Hussey Tower. All that is left of the stately home of Lord Hussey, chief butler of England under Henry VIII, beheaded at Lincoln in 1537 for favoring the pilgrimage of grace. The prisoners of 1607, skirting St. John's Church, already a partial ruin, would on their way back into the town be within a stone's throw of these Hussey walls, and the old mart yard which they passed close by must have echoed to the voices of the mob which clattered at the heels of the Pilgrim Fathers. Above all, over the winding river, with its lofty granaries and busy wharves, looms the great grey tower of the town's church, on which the eyes of the pilgrims doubtless rested with the admiring wonder that fills all men who gaze upon it at the present day. End of Chapter 1 of the romantic story of the Puritan Fathers and their founding of New Boston and the Massachusetts Bay Colony.
Longinus on the Sublime by Cassius Longinus, 213 to 270 A.D. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Longinus on the Sublime. Section 1. You remember, my dear Terentianus, that when we read over together Caecilius's treatise on the Sublime, we thought it to mean for a subject of that nature, that it is entirely defective in its principal branches, and that consequently its advantage, which ought to be the principal aim of every writer, would prove very small to the readers. Besides, though in every treatise upon any science 2 points are indispensably required: the first, that the science which is the subject of it be fully explained; the second, I mean in order of writing, since in excellence it is far the superior, that plain directions be given how and by what method such science may be attained. Yet Caecilius, who brings 1,000 instances to show what the Sublime is, as if his readers were wholly ignorant of the matter, has omitted, as altogether unnecessary, the method which, judiciously observed, might enable us to raise our natural genius to any height of this sublime. But perhaps this writer is not so much to be blamed for his omissions, as commended for his good designs and earnest endeavors. You indeed have laid your commands upon me to give you my thoughts on this sublime. Let us then, in obedience to those commands, consider whether anything can be drawn from my private studies for the service of those who write for the world or speak in public. But I request you, my dear friend, to give me your opinion on whatever I advance, with that exactness which is due to truth and that sincerity which is natural to yourself. For well did the sage answer the question, in what do we most resemble the gods, when he replied, in doing good and speaking truth. But since I write, my dear friend, to you, who are versed in every branch of polite learning, there will be little occasion to use many previous words in proving that the sublime is a certain eminence or perfection of language, and that the greatest writers, both in verse and prose, have by this alone obtained the prize of glory, and filled all time with their renown. For the sublime not only persuades, but even throws an audience into transport. The marvellous always works with more surprising force than that which barely persuades or delights. In most cases it is wholly in our own power either to resist or yield to persuasion. But the sublime, endued with strength irresistible, strikes home, and triumphs over every hearer. Dexterity of invention, and good order and economy in composition, are not to be discerned from one or two passages, nor scarcely sometimes from the whole texture of a discourse. But the sublime, when seasonably addressed, with the rapid force of lightning, has borne down all before it, and shown at one stroke the compacted might of genius. But these, and truths like these, so well known and familiar to himself, I am confident my dear Terentianus can undeniably prove by his own practice. End of section 1 of Longinus on the Sublime.
Obras escogidas by Gustavo Adolfo Becker. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obras escogidas. Introducción. Por los tenebrosos rincones de mi cerebro, acurrucados y desnudos, duermen los extravagantes hijos de mi fantasía, esperando en silencio que el arte los vista de la palabra para poderse presentar decentes en la escena del mundo. Fecunda como el lecho de amor de la miseria y parecida a esos padres que engendran más hijos de los que pueden alimentar, mi musa concibe y pare en el misterioso santuario de la cabeza, poblándola de creaciones sin número, a las cuales ni mi actividad ni todos los años que me restan de vida serían suficientes a dar forma. Y aquí dentro, desnudos y deformes, revueltos y barajados en indescriptible confusión, los siento a veces agitarse y vivir con una vida oscura y extraña, semejante a la de esas miríadas de gérmenes que hierven y se estremecen en una eterna incubación dentro de las entrañas de la tierra, sin encontrar fuerzas bastantes para salir a la superficie y convertirse, al beso del sol, en flores y frutos. Conmigo van, destinados a morir conmigo, sin que de ellos quede otro rastro que el que deja un sueño de la medianoche que a la mañana no puede recordarse. En algunas ocasiones, y ante esta idea terrible, se subleva en ellos el instinto de la vida, y agitándose en formidable, aunque silencioso tumulto, buscan en tropel por donde salir a la luz de entre las tinieblas en que viven. Pero, ¡ay!, que entre el mundo de la idea y el de la forma Existe un abismo que solo puede salvar la palabra, y la palabra, tímida y perezosa, se niega a secundar sus esfuerzos. Mudos, sombríos e impotentes, después de la inútil lucha vuelven a caer en su antiguo marasmo. Talcan inertes en los surcos de las sendas, si cesa el viento, las hojas amarillas que levantó el remolino. Estas ediciones de los rebeldes hijos de la imaginación explican alguna de mis fiebres. Ellas son la causa desconocida para la ciencia de mis exaltaciones y mis abatimientos. Y así, aunque mal, vengo viviendo hasta aquí, paseando por entre la indiferente multitud esta silenciosa tempestad de mi cabeza. Así vengo viviendo, pero todas las cosas tienen un término, y a estas hay que ponerles punto. El insomnio y la fatiga siguen y siguen procreando en monstruoso maridaje. Sus creaciones, apretadas ya como las raquíticas plantas de un vivero, pugnan por dilatar su fantástica existencia, disputándose los átomos de la memoria, como el escaso jugo de una tierra estéril. Necesario es abrir paso a las aguas profundas, que acabarán por romper el dique, diariamente aumentadas por un manantial vivo. Andad, pues, andad y vivid con la única vida que puedo daros. Mi inteligencia os nutrirá lo suficiente para que seáis palpables. Os vestirá, aunque sea de harapos, lo bastante para que no avergüence vuestra desnudez. Yo quisiera forjar para cada uno de vosotros una maravillosa estofa tejida de frases exquisitas en la que os pudierais envolver con orgullo, como en un manto de púrpura. Yo quisiera poder cincelar la forma que ha de conteneros, como se cincela el vaso de oro que ha de guardar un preciado perfume. Mas es imposible. No obstante, necesito descansar. Necesito, del mismo modo que se sangra el cuerpo, por cuyas hinchadas venas se precipita la sangre con pletórico empuje, desahogar el cerebro, insuficiente a contener tantos absurdos. Quedad, pues, consignados aquí, como la estela nebulosa que señala el paso de un desconocido cometa, como los átomos dispersos de un mundo en embrión que aventa por el aire la muerte, antes que su creador haya podido pronunciar el fiat lux que separa la claridad de las sombras. No quiero que en mis noches sin sueño volváis a pasar por delante de mis ojos en extravagante procesión, pidiéndome con gestos y contorsiones que os saca la vida de la realidad del limbo en que vivís, semejantes a fantasmas sin consistencia. No quiero que al romperse este arpa vieja y cascada ya, se pierdan, a la vez que el instrumento, las ignoradas notas que contenía. Deseo ocuparme un poco del mundo que me rodea, pudiendo, una vez vacío, apartar los ojos de este otro mundo que llevo dentro de la cabeza. El sentido común, que es la barrera de los sueños, comienza a flaquear, y las gentes de diversos campos se mezclan y confunden. Me cuesta trabajo saber qué cosas he soñado y cuáles me han sucedido. Mis afectos se reparten entre fantasmas de la imaginación y personajes reales. Mi memoria clasifica, revueltos, nombres y fechas de mujeres y días que han muerto o han pasado, con los días y mujeres que no han existido sino en mi mente. Preciso es acabar arrojándoos de la cabeza de una vez para siempre. Si morir es dormir, quiero dormir en paz en la noche de mi muerte, sin que vengáis a ser mi pesadilla, maldiciéndome por haberos condenado a la nada antes de haber nacido. Id pues al mundo, a cuyo contacto fuisteis engendrados, y quedad en él como el eco que encontraron en un alma que pasó por la tierra, sus alegrías y sus dolores, sus esperanzas y sus luchas. Tal vez muy pronto tendré que hacer la maleta para el gran viaje. De una hora a otra puede desligarse el espíritu de la materia para remontarse a regiones más puras. No quiero, cuando esto suceda, llevar conmigo, como el abigarrado equipaje de un saltimbanco, el tesoro de oropeles y guiñapos que ha ido acumulando la fantasía en los desvanes del cerebro. Junio de 1868. End of Introducción of Obras Escogidas. Recording by Hernán Ibarra.
Paris Vistas, by Helen Davenport Gibbons. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma Martinez. Paris Vistas, Chapter 1, Childhood Vistas. My Scotch-Irish grandfather was a Covenanter. He kept his whiskey in a high cupboard under lock and key. If any of his children were around when he took his nightcap, he would admonish them against the use of alcohol. When he read in the Bible about Babylon, he thought of Paris. To Grandpa, all foreign places were pretty bad. But Paris? His children would never go there. The Scotch-Irish are awful about wills. But life goes so by opposites that when my third baby, born in Paris a year before the war, was christened in the Avenue de l'Alma church, Grandpa Brown's children and grandchildren and some of his great-grandchildren were present. My bachelor uncle had been living in Paris most of the time for 30 years. My mother, my brothers, and my sister were there. We Browns had become Babylonians. We were no longer Covenanters, and we had no high cupboard for the whiskey. After Grandpa's death, the Philadelphia house was sublet for a year. In the twilight we went through all the rooms to say good-bye. Jocko, our monkey doll, was on the sitting-room floor. Papa picked him up and began talking to him. Jocko tried to answer, but his voice was shaky, and he hadn't much to say. Papa took a piece of string out of his desk drawer and tied it around Jocko's neck. He asked Jocko whether it was too tight. The monkey answered, "No, sir." Jocko never forgot to say "sir." We hung him on the shutter of a window in the west room where I learned to watch the sunset. There we left him. What a parting if we had known that the tenant's children were going to do for Jocko, and that we should never see him again. It was bad enough as it was. It is hard for me, even today, to believe that it was Papa and not Jocko who told us stories about the fairies in Ireland. A carriage drove us to a place called the Lafayette Hotel. It was very dark outside, and we seemed to have been traveling all night. Papa carried me upstairs to a room that had light green folding doors. My little sister Emily was sound asleep and had to be put right to bed. Papa sat me in a red armchair. Beside it were satchels and Papa's black valise. Wide awake, I looked around and asked, "Is this Paris?" I did not see why they had to laugh at me. A steward of my very own on the Etruria told me that she was the biggest transatlantic liner. People gave me chocolates until I was sick. So Mama painted a picture of the poor little fishes that could get no candy in mid-ocean. She made me feel so sorry that when I got more chocolates I would slip to the railing and drop them overboard. Once, before I had heard about the fishes, I was lying in my berth. After a while I began to feel better and to wish that Papa and Mama had not left me alone. My feelings were hurt because I had to stay all by myself. I found my clothes and put on a good many of them. My steward came and was surprised that I was not on deck. He brought me a wide, thin glass of champagne. It was better than lemonade. The steward told me that by staying in my cabin I had missed the chance to see the ship's garden. He buttoned my dress and put on my coat. He found my bonnet. All the time he was telling me how the ship's garden was hitched to the deck. He carried me up those rubber-topped steps that smell so when your stomach feels funny. He hurried all he could and got terribly out of breath, but we did not reach the deck in time to see the garden. The steward said that you had to get there just at a certain time to catch it. I wondered how a ship could have a garden. He replied that he'd like to know where a ship's cook would find vegetables and fruit, and how there were so many freshly picked flowers on the dining-room table every day if the ship hadn't a garden. To prove it, he brought me a plate of cool white grapes, picked before the garden went out of sight a few minutes ago, he assured me. So the week at sea passed, and the next thing I remember is London. It was not a pretty city. too much rain and smoke that dirtied your frock and pinafore. These funny names for my dress and apron, and calling a clock Big Ben, and a queer way of speaking English, form my earliest memories of London. No, I forgot sources of wonderment. The best orange marmalade was bitter, and that tooth powder was in a round tin hard to open, that spilled and wasted a lot when you did succeed in prying the lid off. And in Paris I found that my dress was a robe, and my apron a tablier. This was worse than pinafore, but not so astonishing, because one expected French words to be different. Which is the greater joy and satisfaction, always to have had a thing, or when you think of something in your life, to be able to remember how and when it came into your possession? Paris is my home city in the sense that I cannot remember first impressions of things in Paris. Of events, yes, and sometimes connected with things, but of things themselves, no, and I am glad of it. My husband did not see Paris until he was 20, and he learned to speak French by hard work. I have always had a little feeling of superiority here, of belonging to Paris as my children belong to Paris. But Herbert contests this point of view. He claims that affection for what one adopts by an act of the will is as strong as, if not stronger than, affection for what is yours unwittingly. And he advances in refutation of what I say, that he knew Paris before he knew me. 52 Rue Galilee. I cannot remember learning to speak French. That just came. But standing on a trunk in the corner of a bedroom and repeating 52 Rue Galilee after Marie is just as clear in my mind as if it were yesterday instead of 30 years ago. It is a blank to me how and when we came to Paris, and how and when we got Marie Guyon for our nurse. I recall only learning the number and street of our pension, and the impressiveness of Marie telling me how little kids get lost in Paris, and that in such a case I mustn't cry when the blue-coated agent came along, but simply say 52 Rue Galilee. Clear days were rare, days when it didn't look as if it were going to rain. Then I would have my long walk with Papa, who didn't stay like Marie on the Champs-Élysées or in the Tuileries, but who would take me, Emily was too little, where there were crowds. We would climb to the roof of the omnibus at the Madeleine and ride to the Place de la République. Then we would walk back along the Grand Boulevard. Down that way is a big clothing store with sample suits on wooden models out on the sidewalk. One day Papa bumped into a dummy wearing a dress suit. Papa took off his hat, bowed, and said "Pardon." I thought Papa believed it was a real man, so I told him that he had made a mistake. But Papa replied that one never makes a mistake in being polite. I used to dance with glee when we came to the Porte Saint-Denis, for there at the place the boulevard now cuts straight through a hill, leaving the houses high above the pavement. The pastry and brioche and waffle stands were sure of my patronage. Papa may not have had regard for my digestion, but he always considered my feelings. I used to pity other little children who were dragged remorselessly past the potent appeal to eye and nose. The pastry places are still there on that corner, and a new generation of kiddies passes, tugging, remonstrating, sometimes crying. As for me, I beg the question. I walk my children on the other side of the street. One afternoon Marie took us to buy Papa's newspaper. When we got to the front door it was raining, so Marie left us in the bureau and told us to wait until she returned. But the valet de chambre came along with his wood basket empty. He always boasted he could carry any basket of wood, no matter how high they piled it. So we asked if he could carry us. Immediately he made us jump in, and told us we must pretend to be good little kittens, and little kittens were never good unless they were quiet, and they were never quiet unless they were asleep. When we got to our room we could look right in at Papa and Mamma through the transom. We reached out and knocked. The sound came from so high up that Papa looked curiously at the door. When he opened it, we ducked down into the basket and were not seen until the valet dumped us out on the bed. My first memory of a Negro was in Paris. Probably they were common enough in Philadelphia not to have made an impression, and I had forgotten that there were black men. I was paralyzed with fear, thinking I saw croque-mignon en chair et en os. Marie saved me by teaching me on the spot to stick out my index finger and little fingers, doubling over the two between. This charm against evil helped and comforted me greatly. I found it useful later when I saw suspicious-looking beggars in Rome, only, although the gesture was the same, it was je te tue and not faire le con in Italy, and the charm was more efficacious if concealed. I was glad my dress had a pocket. Maman and Marie took us to the Louvre. I was filled with anticipation, for had I not heard someone say at our pension that she had bought things there for a song? Why spend Papa's money if just a song would do? I could sing. Marie had taught me a pretty song about La Fauvette. I was willing to sing if I could get a doll's trunk. I'd sing 2 or 3 songs for a pair of gloves with white fur on them. But when I sang La Fauvette, they only smiled at me. I asked the saleslady to take me to the toy counter, as I could sing again for things I wanted. I had to explain a whole lot to Mamma and Marie and the saleslady. I suppose I cried with disappointment. Then a man in black with a white tie came along and heard the story. He gave me a red balloon, and Mamma consoled me by buying me a blue velvet dress. A few months before the war, I was walking in the Rue Saint-Honoré with an old American friend who was doing Paris. He was brimming over with French history. Your part was to mention the name of the place you showed him. He would do the rest with enthusiasm and a wealth of detail. "What is that church?" he asked. "Saint Roch," I answered. "Saint Roch! Saint Roch! Saint Roch!" he cried in crescendo. Of course, because this is the Rue Saint-Honoré. The Rue Saint-Honoré? Beside himself with excitement, he rushed across the street and up on the steps. I followed, mystified. My friend was waving his cane when I reached his side. "It was here," he announced, as if he had made a wonderful discovery. "Right on this spot." "In heaven's name, what?" I queried. "The beginning of the most glorious epoch of French history, the birth of the Napoleonic era." And then he told me the story of how young Bonaparte, called upon to prevent a mob from rushing the Tuileries, put his guns on the steps of Saint Roch, swept the streets in both directions, and demonstrated that he was the first man since '89 who could dominate a Parisian crowd. "You wouldn't have thought there was anything interesting about this old church, would you?" he ended triumphantly. My eyes filled with tears and my lips trembled. It was his turn to be mystified and mine to lead. I took him inside the church and back to the chapel of St. Joseph. "Here," I said, "on Christmas Eve I came with my father when I was 5 years old. It was the first time I remember seeing the Nativity pictured. Good old Joseph looked down on the interior of the inn. The 3 wise men were there with the gifts. Le Petit Jésus was in a real cradle, and I counted the jewels around the mother's neck. My father tried to explain to me what Christmas means. He died when I was a little girl. I brought my firstborn here on Christmas Eve and the others as they came along. I never knew about Napoleon's connection with Saint Roch before, and you asked me whether I would have thought there was anything interesting about this old church." The same place can mean so many different things to so many different people. Paris was Babylon to my grandfather, who never went there. And to those who go there, Paris gives what they seek: historical reminiscences, aesthetic pleasure, intellectual profit, inspiration to paint or sing or play, a surfeit of the mundane, a diminution or an increase of the sense of nationality, pretty clothes and hats and perfumes, rattling good food and drink, or a howling good time. You can be bored in Paris just as quickly and as completely as in any other place in the world. You can feel your life full of interesting and engrossing pursuits more quickly and completely than in any other place in the world. Best of all, you make your home in Paris with no sense of exile, and enjoy what Paris alone offers in material and spiritual values without being abnormal or living abnormally. My childhood vistas seem fragmentary when I put them down on paper, but they have meant so much to me that I could choose for my children no greater blessing than to know Paris as home at the beginning of their lives. End of Chapter 1 of Paris Vistas.
The Red Hand of Ulster by George A. Birmingham. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. The Red Hand of Ulster. Chapter 1. It was in 1908 that Joseph Peterson Conroy burst upon London in the full magnificence of his astounding wealth. English society was, and had been for many years, accustomed to the irruption of millionaires, American or South African. Our aristocracy has learnt to pay these potentates the respect which is their due. Well-born men and women trot along Park Lane in obedience to the hooting calls of motor horns. No one considers himself degraded by grovelling before a plutocrat. It has been for some time difficult to startle London by a display of mere wealth. Men respect more than ever fortunes which are reckoned in millions, though they have become too common to amaze. But Joseph Peterson Conroy, when he came, excited a great deal of interest. In the first place, his income was enormous, larger, it was said, than the income of any other living man. In the next place, he spent it very splendidly. There were no entertainments given in London during the years 1909, 1910, and 1911, equal in extravagance to those which Conroy gave. He outdid the freak dinners of New York. He invented freak dinners of his own. His horses, animals which he bought at enormous price, won the great races. His yachts flew the white ensign of the Royal Yacht Squadron. His gifts to fashionable charities were princely. English society fell at his feet and worshipped him. The most exclusive clubs were honoured by his desire of membership. Women whose fathers and husbands bore famous names were proud to boast of his friendship. It cannot be said that Conroy abused either his position or his opportunities. He had won his great wealth honestly, that is to say, without robbing anyone except other robbers, and only robbing them in ways permitted by American law. He used what he had won honourably enough. He neither bought the favours of the women who thronged his entertainments, nor degraded more than was necessary the men who sought benefits from him. For a time, for nearly 4 years, he thoroughly enjoyed himself, exulting with boyish delight in his own splendour. Then he began to get restless. The things he did, the people he knew, ceased to interest him. It was early in 1911 that the crisis came, and before the season of that year was over, Conroy had disappeared from London. His name still appeared occasionally in the columns which the newspapers devote to fashionable intelligence. But the house in Park Lane, the scene of many magnificent entertainments, was sold. The dinner parties, balls, and card parties ceased, and Conroy entered upon what must have been the most exciting period of his life. Bob Parr, no one ever called him Robert, belonged to an old and respected Irish family, being a younger son of General Parr of Kilfenora. He was educated at Harrow and afterwards at Trinity College. He was called the Irish Bar, and might have achieved in time the comfortable mediocrity of a county court judgeship if he had not become Conroy's private secretary. The post was secured for him by an uncle who had known Conroy in New York in the days before he became a millionaire, while it was still possible for an ordinary man to do him a favor. Bob accepted the post because everybody said he would be a fool to refuse it. He did not much like writing letters. The making out of schemes for the arrangements of Conroy's guests at the more formal dinner parties worried him. The general supervision of the upper servants was no delight to him. But he did all these things fairly well, and his unfailing good spirits carried him safely through periods of very tiresome duty. He became, in spite of the 25 years' difference of age between him and his patron, the intimate friend of Joseph Peterson Conroy. It was to Bob and Conroy confided the fact that he was tired of the life of a leader of English society. The two men were sitting together in the smoking room at 1 o'clock in the morning after one of Conroy's most magnificent entertainments. "I'm damned well sick of all this," said Conroy suddenly. "So am I," said Bob. Bob Power was a man of adventurous disposition. He had a reputation in Connacht as a singularly bold radiotic. The London season always bored him. The atmosphere of Conroy's house in Park Lane stifled him. "Is there any one thing left in this rotten old world," said Conroy, "that's worth doing?" In Bob's opinion, there were several things very well worth doing. He suggested one of them at once. "Let's get out the Finola," he said, "and go for a cruise. We've never done the South Sea Islands." The Finola was the largest of Conroy's yachts, a handsome vessel of something over 1,000 tons. "Cruising in the Finola," said Conroy, "is no earthly good to me. What I want is something that will put me into a nervous sweat, the same as I was when I was up against Eichenstein and the railway bosses. My nerves were like damned fiddle strings for a fortnight when I didn't know whether I was going to come out a pauper or the owner of the biggest pile mortal man ever handled." Bob knew nothing of Eichenstein or the methods by which the pile had been wrested from him and his companions, but he did know the sensations which Conroy described. He himself arrived at them by hanging on to a sea anchor in a gale of wind off the Galway coast, or pushing a vicious horse at a nasty jump. Nervous sweat, stretched nerves, and complete uncertainty about the immediate future afford the same delight however you get at them. He sympathized with Conroy. "You might fit out a ship or two and try exploring round the South Pole," Bob said. "They've got the thing itself, of course, but there must be lots of places still uncovered in the neighborhood. I should think that hammocking along over the ice floes in a dog sledge must be pretty thrilling." Conroy sighed. "I'm too fat," he said, "and I'm too darned soft. The kind of life I've led for the last 4 years isn't good training for camping out on icebergs and feeding on whales' blubber." Bob smiled. Conroy was a very fat man. A camping party on an iceberg would be likely to end in some whale eating his blubber. "I didn't mean you to go yourself," said Bob. "Oh, I see. I'm to fit out the expedition, and you are to go in command. I don't quite see where the fun would come in for me. It wouldn't excite me any to hear of your shooting Eskimo and penguins. I shouldn't care enough whether you lived or were froze to get any excitement out of a show of that." "We'd call it the Joseph P. Conroy Expedition," said Bob, "and the newspapers." "Thanks, but I'm pretty well fed up with newspaper tosh. The press has boosted me ever since I landed in this country, and I'd just as soon they stopped now as started fresh." Bob relinquished the idea of a polar expedition with a sigh. It was Conroy himself who made the next suggestion. If politics weren't such a rotten game. Bob did not feel attracted to political life, but he was loyal to his patron. "Clithering," he said, "was talking to me tonight. You know the man I mean, Sir Samuel Clithering. He's not in the cabinet, but he's what I'd call a pretty intimate hanger-on, does odd jobs for the Prime Minister. He said the interest of political life was absorbing." "I shouldn't care for it," said Conroy. "After all, what would it be worth to me? There's nothing for me to gain, and I don't see how I could lose anything. It would be like playing bridge for counters. They might make me a lord, of course. A title is about the only thing I haven't got, but then I don't want it." "I quite agree with you," said Bob. "I merely mentioned politics because Clithering said—" "Besides," said Conroy, "it wouldn't be my politics. England isn't my country." "It would be rather exciting," said Bob, "to run a revolution somewhere. There are lots of small states in the Balkans, you know, which could be turned inside out and upside down by a man with the amount of money you have." "There's something in that notion," said Conroy. "Get a map, will you?" Bob Power did not want to go wandering round the house at 1:30 in the morning, looking for a map of the Balkan states. It seemed to him that the idea, the financing of a revolution, was of course a joke, might be worked out with reference to some country nearer at hand, the geographical conditions of which would be sufficiently well known without the aid of a map. "Why not try Ireland?" he said. Then a very curious thing happened. Conroy's appearance, not merely his expression, but his actual features, seemed to change. Instead of the shrewd face of a successful American financier, Bob Power saw the face of an Irish peasant. He was perfectly familiar with the type. It was one which he had known all his life. He knew it at its best, expressive of lofty idealisms and fantastic dreams of things beyond the world's experience. He knew it at its worst, too, when narrow cunning and unquenchable bitterness transform it. The change passed over Conroy's face and then quickly passed away again. "By God," said Conroy, "it's a great notion to buck against the British lion." Bob remembered the things which he had heard and half heeded about Conroy's ancestry. In 1850 another Conroy, a broken peasant, the victim of evil fate and gross injustice, had left Ireland in an emigrant ship, with a ragged wife and 4 half-starved children clinging to him, with an unquenchable hatred of England in his heart. The hate, it appeared, had lived on in his son, had broken out again in a grandson, dominating the cynical cosmopolitanism of the financial magnate. Bob was vaguely uneasy. He did not like the expression he had seen on Conroy's face. He did not like the tone in which he spoke, but it was obviously absurd to suppose that any one could take seriously the idea of financing an Irish revolution. Then Conroy began to talk about Ireland. He knew, it appeared, a great deal about the history of the country, up to a certain point. He had a traditional knowledge of the horrors of the famine period. He was intimately acquainted with the details of the Fenian movement. Either he or his father had been a member of the Clan na Gael. He understood the Parnell struggle for Home Rule, but with the fall of Parnell his knowledge stopped abruptly. Of all that happened after that he knew nothing. He supposed that the later Irish leaders had inherited the traditions of Mitchell, O'Leary, Davitt, and the others. Bob laughed at him. "If you're thinking of buying guns for the Nationalists," he said, "you may save your money. They wouldn't use them if they had arsenals full. They're quite the most loyal men there are nowadays. Why wouldn't they? They've got most of what they want, and Clithering told me the Home Rule Bill was going to knit their hearts to the Empire. Awful rot, of course, but his very words." "What do you mean?" said Conroy. Bob laughed again. He had all the contempt common in his class for those of his fellow countrymen who professed to be Nationalists, but he had rather more intelligence than most Irish gentlemen. He quite realized the absurdity of supposing that the Irish Parliamentary Party consisted of men who had in them the makings of rebels. "Read their speeches," he said. "Since this talk of Home Rule began, they've been cracking up the glories of the British Empire like the Primrose League." "Tomorrow morning," said Conroy, "you'll fetch me along all the books and pamphlets you can lay hands on dealing with the present state of the Irish question." "I want a small cart," said Bob. "Get a 4-horse wagon if you like," said Conroy. End of Chapter 1 of The Red Hand of Ulster.
Siddhartha, an Indian Tale by Herman Hesse. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Siddhartha, an Indian Tale. The Son of the Brahmin. In the shade of the house, in the sunshine of the river bank near the boats, in the shade of the salwood forest, in the shade of the fig tree is where Siddhartha grew up, the handsome son of the Brahmin, the young falcon, together with his friend Govinda, son of a Brahmin. The sun tanned his light shoulders by the banks of the river when bathing, performing the sacred ablutions, the sacred offerings. In the mango grove shade poured into his black eyes when playing as a boy, when his mother sang, when the sacred offerings were made, when his father the scholar taught him, when the wise men talked. For a long time Siddhartha had been partaking in the discussions of the wise men, practicing debate with Govinda, practicing with Govinda the art of reflection, the service of meditation. He already knew how to speak the Om silently, the word of words, to speak it silently into himself while inhaling, to speak it silently out of himself while exhaling, with all the concentration of his soul. The forehead surrounded by the glow of the clear thinking spirit. He already knew to feel Atman in the depths of his being, indestructible, one with the universe. Joy leaped in his father's heart for his son who was quick to learn, thirsty for knowledge. He saw him growing up to become a great wise man and priest, a prince among the Brahmins. Bliss leaped in his mother's breast when she saw him walking, when she saw him sit down and get up. Siddhartha, strong, handsome. He who was walking on slender legs greeted her with perfect respect. Love touched the hearts of the Brahmins' young daughters when Siddhartha walked through the lanes of the town with the luminous forehead, with the eye of a king, with his slim hips. But more than all the others he was loved by Govinda, his friend, the son of a Brahmin. He loved Siddhartha's eye and sweet voice. He loved his walk and the perfect decency of his movements. He loved everything Siddhartha did and said, and what he loved most was his spirit, his transcendent, fiery thoughts, his ardent will, his high calling. Govinda knew he would not become a common Brahmin, not a lazy official in charge of offerings, not a greedy merchant with magic spells, not a vain, vacuous speaker, not a mean, deceitful priest, and also not a decent, stupid sheep in the herd of the many. No, and he, Govinda, as well did not want to become one of those, not one of those tens of thousands of Brahmins. He wanted to follow Siddhartha, the beloved, the splendid. And in days to come, when Siddhartha would become a god, when he would join the glorious, then Govinda wanted to follow him as his friend, his companion, his servant, his spear carrier, his shadow. Siddhartha was thus loved by everyone. He was a source of joy for everybody. He was a delight for them all. But he, Siddhartha, was not a source of joy for himself. He found no delight in himself. Walking the rosy paths of the fig tree garden, sitting in the bluish shade of the grove of contemplation, washing his limbs daily in the bath of repentance, sacrificing in the dim shade of the mango forest, his gestures of perfect decency, everyone's love and joy, he still lacked all joy in his heart. Dreams and restless thoughts came into his mind, flowing from the water of the river, sparkling from the stars of the night, melting from the beams of the sun. Dreams came to him, and a restlessness of the soul, fuming from the sacrifices, breathing forth the verses of the Rig Veda, being infused into him drop by drop from the teachings of the old Brahmins. Siddhartha had started to nurse discontent in himself. He had started to feel that the love of his father and the love of his mother and also the love of his friend Govinda would not bring him joy forever and ever, would not nurse him, feed him, satisfy him. He had started to suspect that his venerable father and his other teachers, that the wise Brahmins had already revealed to him the most and best of their wisdom, that they had already filled his expecting vessel with their richness, and the vessel was not full. The spirit was not content. The soul was not calm. The heart was not satisfied. The ablutions were good, but they were water. They did not wash off the sin. They did not heal the spirit's thirst. They did not relieve the fear in his heart. The sacrifices and the invocation of the gods were excellent, but was that all? Did the sacrifices give a happy fortune? And what about the gods? Was it really Prajapati who had created the world? Was it not the Atman? He, the only one, the singular one? Were the gods not creations? Created like me and you, subject to time, mortal? Was it therefore good? Was it right? Was it meaningful? And the highest occupation to make offerings to the gods? For whom else were offerings to be made? Who else to be worshipped but him, the only one, the Atman? And where was Atman to be found? Where did he reside? Where did his eternal heart beat? Where else but in one's own self, in its innermost part, in its indestructible part, which everyone had in himself? But where was this self, this innermost part, this ultimate part? It was not flesh and bone, it was neither thought nor consciousness, thus the wisest ones taught. So where was it? To reach this place, the self, myself, the Atman, there was another way which was worthwhile looking for. Alas, and nobody showed this way, nobody knew it, not the Father and not the teachers and wise men, not the holy sacrificial songs. They knew everything, the Brahmins in their holy books. They knew everything. They had taken care of everything, and of more than everything. The creation of the world, the origin of speech, of food, of inhaling, of exhaling, the arrangement of the senses, the acts of the gods. They knew infinitely much. But was it valuable to know all of this, not knowing that one and only thing, the most important thing, the solely important thing? Surely many verses of the holy books, particularly in the Upanishads of Samaveda, spoke of this innermost and ultimate thing. Wonderful verses. Your soul is the whole world was written there. And it was written that man in his sleep, in his deep sleep, would meet with his innermost part and would reside in the Atman. Marvelous wisdom was in these verses. All knowledge of the wisest ones had been collected here in magic words, pure as honey collected by bees. No, not to be looked down upon was the tremendous amount of enlightenment which lay here, collected and preserved by innumerable generations of wise Brahmins. But where were the Brahmins? Where the priests? Where the wise men or penitents who had succeeded not just knowing this deepest of all knowledge, but also to live it? Where was the knowledgeable one who wove his spell to bring his familiarity with the Atman out of the sleep into the state of being awake, into the life, into every step of the way, into word and deed? Siddhartha knew many venerable Brahmins, chiefly his father, the pure one, the scholar, the most venerable one. His father was to be admired. Quiet and noble were his manners, pure his life, wise his words. Delicate and noble thoughts lived behind its brow. But even he who knew so much, did he live in blissfulness? Did he have peace? Was he not also just a searching man, a thirsty man? Did he not again and again have to drink from holy sources as a thirsty man? From the offerings, from the books, from the disputes of the Brahmins? Why did he, the irreproachable one, have to wash off sins every day, strive for a cleansing every day, over and over every day? Was not Atman in him? Did not the pristine source spring from his heart? It had to be found, the pristine source, in one's own self. It had to be possessed. Everything else was searching, was a detour, was getting lost. Thus were Siddhartha's thoughts. This was his thirst. This was his suffering. Often he spoke to himself from a Chandogya Upanishad the words, "Truly, the name of the Brahman is Satyam. Verily, he who knows such a thing will enter the heavenly world every day." Often it seemed near the heavenly world, but never he had reached it completely. Never he had quenched the ultimate thirst. And among all the wise and wisest men he knew and whose instructions he had received, among all of them there was no one who had reached it completely, the heavenly world, who had quenched it completely, the eternal thirst. "Govinda," Siddhartha spoke to his friend, "Govinda, my dear, come with me under the banyan tree. Let's practice meditation." They went to the banyan tree. They sat down, Siddhartha right here, Govinda 20 paces away. While putting himself down, ready to speak the Om, Siddhartha repeated, murmuring the verse, "Om is the bow, the arrow is soul. The Brahman is the arrow's target that one should incessantly hit." After the usual time of the exercise and meditation had passed, Govinda rose. The evening had come. It was time to perform the evening's ablution. He called Siddhartha's name. Siddhartha did not answer. Siddhartha sat there lost in thought. His eyes were rigidly focused toward a very distant target. The tip of his tongue was protruding a little between the teeth. He seemed not to breathe. Thus sat he, wrapped up in contemplation, thinking Om, his soul sent after the Brahman as an arrow. Once Samanas had traveled through Siddhartha's town, ascetics on a pilgrimage. 3 skinny, withered men, neither old nor young, with dusty and bloody shoulders, almost naked, scorched by the sun, surrounded by loneliness, strangers and enemies to the world, strangers and lank jackals in the realm of humans. Behind them blew a hot scent of quiet passion, of destructive service, of merciless self-denial. In the evening, after the hour of contemplation, Siddhartha spoke to Govinda. "Early tomorrow morning, my friend, Siddhartha will go to the Samanas. He will become a Samana." Govinda turned pale when he heard these words, and read the decision in the motionless face of his friend. Unstoppable like the arrow shot from the bow. Soon, and with the first glance, Govinda realized. Now it is beginning. Now Siddhartha is taking his own way. Now his fate is beginning to sprout, and with his, my own. And he turned pale like a dry banana skin. "Oh, Siddhartha," he exclaimed, "will your father permit you to do that?" Siddhartha looked over, as if he was just waking up. Arrow fast he read in Govinda's soul, read the fear, read the submission. "Oh, Govinda," he spoke quietly, let's not waste words. Tomorrow at daybreak I will begin the life of the Samanas. Speak no more of it." Siddhartha entered the chamber where his father was sitting on a mat of bast, and stepped behind his father, and remained standing there until his father felt that someone was standing behind him. Quoth the Brahmin, "Is that you, Siddhartha? Then say what you came to say." Quoth Siddhartha, "With your permission, my father, I came to tell you that it is my longing to leave your house tomorrow and go to the ascetics. My desire is to become a samana. May my father not oppose this." The Brahmin fell silent, and remained silent for so long that the stars in the small window wandered and changed their relative positions ere the silence was broken. Silent and motionless stood the son with his arms folded. Silent and motionless sat the father on the mat, and the stars traced their paths in the sky. Then spoke the father, "Not proper it is for a Brahmin to speak harsh and angry words, but indignation is in my heart. I wish not to hear this request for a second time from your mouth." Slowly the Brahmin rose. Siddhartha stood silently, his arms folded. "What are you waiting for?" asked the father. Quoth Siddhartha, "You know what." Indignant, the father left the chamber. Indignant, he went to his bed and lay down. After an hour, since no sleep had come over his eyes, the Brahmin stood up, paced to and fro, and left the house. Through the small window of the chamber he looked back inside, and there he saw Siddhartha standing, his arms folded, not moving from his spot. Pale shimmered his bright robe. With anxiety in his heart the father returned to his bed. After another hour, since no sleep had come over his eyes, the Brahmin stood up again, paced to and fro, walked out of the house, and saw that the moon had risen. Through the window of the chamber he looked back inside. There stood Siddhartha, not moving from his spot, his arms folded, moonlight reflecting from his bare shins. With worry in his heart the father went back to bed. And he came back after an hour. He came back after 2 hours, looking through the small window, saw Siddhartha standing in the moonlight by the light of the stars in the darkness. And he came back hour after hour silently. He looked into the chamber, saw him standing in the same place. Filled his heart with anger, filled his heart with unrest, filled his heart with anguish, filled it with sadness. And in the night's last hour before the day began, he returned, stepped into the room, saw the young man standing there who seemed tall and like a stranger to him. "Siddhartha," he spoke, "what are you waiting for?" "You know what. Will you always stand that way and wait until it becomes morning, noon, and evening?" "I will stand and wait." "You will become tired, Siddhartha." "I will become tired." "You will fall asleep, Siddhartha." "I will not fall asleep." "You will die, Siddhartha." "I will die." "And you would rather die than obey your father?" "Siddhartha has always obeyed his father." "So you will abandon your plan?" "Siddhartha will do what his father will tell him to do." The first light of day shone into the room. The Brahmin saw that Siddhartha was trembling softly in his knees. In Siddhartha's face he saw no trembling. His eyes were fixed on a distant spot. Then his father realized that even now Siddhartha no longer dwelt with him in his home, that he had already left him. The father touched Siddhartha's shoulder. "You will," he spoke, "go into the forest and be a samana. When you'll have found blissfulness in the forest, then come back and teach me to be blissful. If you'll find disappointment, then return and let us once again make offerings to the gods together. Go now and kiss your mother. Tell her where you are going to. But for me it is time to go to the river and to perform the first ablution." He took his hand from the shoulder of his son and went outside. Siddhartha wavered to the side as he tried to walk. He put his limbs back under control, bowed to his father, and went to his mother to do as his father had said. As he slowly left on stiff legs in the first light of day the still quiet town, a shadow rose near the last hut who had crouched there and joined the pilgrim. "Govinda." "You have come," said Siddhartha, and smiled. "I have come," said Govinda. End of Chapter 1 of Siddhartha, an Indian Tale. Recording by Grace Buchanan.
Thomas Andrews, Shipbuilder by Shan F. Bullock. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Thomas Andrews, Shipbuilder. Chapter 1. For 6 generations the Andrews family has been prominent in the life of Comber, that historic and prospering village near Stanford Lough, on the road from Belfast to Downpatrick, and in almost every generation some one or other of the family has attained distinction. During the eventful times of 1779 to 1782, John Andrews raised and commanded a company of volunteers, in which his youngest son James served as lieutenant. Later another John Andrews was High Sheriff of Down in 1857, and he also it was who founded the firm of John Andrews & Co., which today gives employment to some 600 of the villagers. The present head of the family, William Drennan Andrews, LL.D., was a judge of the High Court, Ireland, from 1882, and has been a Privy Councillor since 1897. His brother, Thomas Andrews, is a man whose outstanding merits and sterling character have won him the honoured place among Ulstermen. One of the famous Recess Committee of 1895, he is president of the Ulster Liberal Unionist Association, chairman of the Belfast and County Down Railway Company, a Privy Councillor, a Deputy Lieutenant of Down, High Sheriff of the same county, and chairman of its County Council. 2 more brothers, James and John, were Justices of the Peace. In 1870 Thomas Andrews married Eliza Perry, a descendant of the Scotch Hamiltons, Lord Perry's sister, and herself a woman of the noblest type. To these, and of such excellent stock, was born on February 7th, 1873, a son, named after his father and described in the family record as Thomas Andrews of Dunallen. His eldest brother, John Miller, born in 1871, and his youngest brother, William, born in 1886, are now managing directors of John Andrews & Co. Limited, under the chairmanship of their father. A third brother, James, born in 1877, adopted the profession of his distinguished uncle and is now a barrister at law. His only sister, Eliza Montgomery, married in 1906. Lawrence Arthur, the third son of Jesse Hind, Esquire, J.P., of Edwalton, Notts, and a solicitor of the Supreme Court. Tom was, we are told, a healthy, energetic, bonny child, and grew into a handsome, plucky, and lovable boy. His home training was of the wisest, and of a kind one thinks not commonly given to Ulster boys in those most austere times of his youth. No one, writes his brother John, knew better than Tom how much he owed to that healthy home life in which we were brought up. We were never otherwise treated than with more than kindness and devotion, and we learned the difference between right and wrong rather by example than by precept. To Tom his father, then and always, was an elder brother, full of understanding and sympathy, nor did his mother even to the end seem to him other than a sister whose life was as his own. He and his elder brother John were inseparable comrades. There among the fields of Comber, and in their beautiful home, with its old lawn and gardens, its avenue winding past banks of rhododendrons, the farm behind outside the great mill humming busily, and in front the gleam of Stanford Lock. Both father and mother, being advocates of temperance, encouraged their lads to abstain from tobacco and strong drink, and to this end their good mother offered to give a tempting prize to such of their sons as could on their 21st birthday say they had so abstained. Tom and each of his brothers not only claimed his prize, but continued throughout life to act upon the principles it signalized. Doubtless at times, being human boys, they fell into mischief, but only once, their father states, was bodily punishment given to either, and then, as fate willed it, he boxed the ears of the wrong boy. Quite early, young Tom, like many another lad, developed a fondness for boats, and because of his manifest skill in the making of these he gained among his friends the nickname of Admiral. In other respects also the man who was to be showed himself in the boy. He had a beautiful way with children. He loved animals of every kind, and had over them such influence that they would follow him and come to his call. Still at Ardara, in shelter of the hedge, you may see his 9 hives of bees, among which he used to spend many happy hours, and to which in later times he devoted much of his hard-won leisure. Once his mother would tell you, spending a whole winter's day, and a hunting day too, carrying his half-famished workers to and fro between hive and kitchen in his cap. For horses he had a passion, and particularly for the Shetland pony given to him one birthday. The fiercest brute yielded to his quiet mastery. He never used whip or spur, and in time he was known as one of the straightest and most fearless riders to hounds in County Down. Until the age of 11 he was educated privately by a tutor, but in September 1884 he became a student at the Royal Academical Institution, Belfast, the same institution through which, some years previously, his father and his uncle, then Mr. Perry, had passed. There he showed no special aptitudes, being fonder apparently of games than of study, and not yet having developed those powers of industry for which, soon, he became notable. In the institution, however, was no more popular boy, both with masters and schoolfellows. He excelled at cricket, one is glad to know, and at all manly sports. Even then, we are told, generosity and a fine sympathy were prominent traits in his character. He was always happy, writes a playmate, even-tempered, and showed a developing power of impressing everyone with his honesty and simplicity of purpose. Wherever he went, Tom carried his own sunshine. All were fond of him. One can see him returning with his brother from school, big, strong, well-favoured, and perhaps with some premonition of what the future had in store, lingering sometimes near the station doorway to watch the great ships rising above the island yard close by, and to listen for a minute to the hammers beating some great vessel into shape. And whilst he stands there, grave and thoughtful for a minute, one may write here the judgment of his parents upon him. He never caused us a moment's anxiety in his life. End of chapter 1 of Thomas Andrews, Shipbuilder.
With the World's Great Travelers, edited by Charles Morris and Oliver H.G. Lay. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. With the World's Great Travelers. Chapter 1. The World's Great Capitals of Today. Montreal, Quebec, Melbourne, Sydney. The beautiful city of the Royal Mount is the largest in the Dominion of Canada, but Quebec is the capital of the province to which they both belong, and Toronto is the capital of the province of Ontario. The federal capital is the smaller city of Ottawa. 250 years ago, the French missions to the Indians discovered the advantages of so commanding a site for a settlement. The founder of the city named it Ville Marie, desiring it to become a religious center. It gradually asserted its value as a port, and so developed into a great commercial city, getting its present name from the noble mount that crowns its charming terraces. Those who have made the trip along the broad St. Lawrence know how Montreal stands on the island, about 30 miles by 7, formed at the junction of that great river and the Ottawa. From its heights views of great beauty and variety can be enjoyed. Quebec used to catch the trade of the ocean steamers, as the channel was too shallow to allow them to go beyond, being only 11 feet deep. But in 1851 the people of Montreal deepened the river to 27 feet and thus secured the bulk of the trade. The population of Montreal is now about 300,000, while that of Quebec stands at 63,000, though still a great and thriving seaport. An inclined railway conveys the sightseer to the summit of Mount Royal, where he can feast his eyes on one of the fairest panoramic landscapes on the continent. A highly cultivated and thickly wooded country stretches far on either hand, bounded on one side by the two mountains and the lakes of St. Louis, and in the distance by the Adirondacks and the Green Mountains of Vermont. Below the city slopes gracefully to the river. The Lachine Falls above the city add a new feature to the beauty of the scene, and a little farther down are the Nuns' Island and St. Helen's Isle, both rich in verdure, and the latter laid out as a public park. Between these islands the famous Victoria Bridge crosses the river. When this was built in 1860, it was the wonder of the world as a novel feat of engineering. It does not add to the picturesqueness of the scenery by its long dead line, without attempt at ornamentation, yet it receives a full meed of admiration from scientific and practical men. It is a square tube of wrought iron, about 2 miles long, supported by 24 piers of stone, sharpened, as may be said, to cut the floating ice as it rushes down every spring. The Lachine Falls, or St. Louis Rapids, are caused by an impediment upstream, which diverts the water into the St. Louis Lake at a height of over 40 feet above the harbor level. The channel being thus narrowed to about half a mile wide, the river rushes through at the rate of 18 miles an hour, forming the rapids. While no vessels can go up the falls, light draft ships come down in safety, and the upstream traffic is carried on by means of the Lachine Canal, which makes a detour of 9 miles before joining the upper river. The water power here gained turns the wheel of many mills and factories. The city is impressive by its forest of spires and ecclesiastical landmarks. The people are largely, if not mainly, of French descent, and that language is commonly spoken. Many are the indications of their continued love for the fatherland. It is noticeable in the names of streets and churches. In the Place d'Armes stands the imposing parish church of Notre Dame, in which 10,000 worshippers can assemble. The Cathedral of St. Peter is a noble edifice. In friendly rivalry with these is the Protestant Christ Church Cathedral in the Gothic style, and in its precincts stands a handsome memorial cross to its first bishop. There are a great number of admirable Catholic institutions, charities, and schools, which add to the dignity of the city's appearance as to comfort. The Bon Secours Market is easily known by its dome, and on its busy days the scene is reminiscent of market days in the old towns of France. To name all the institutions which do honor to the city would be to fill these pages with a mere catalogue, but the McGill University, founded by a Scotchman early in the century, has a claim to special mention for the vast benefit it has been to Canada, and also as one of the lions of the city. Quebec is a pleasant sail down the St. Lawrence from Montreal. As the ancient capital of Canada, it has many features of peculiar interest, historical, literary, and social. It is also the most picturesque and strongly fortified city in North America. Like the Rock of Gibraltar, the Rock of Quebec bristles with engines of war, and on the opposite bank of the river are forts, ready to challenge any foreign invader. The traveler whose passion is history makes his way first to the memorable Plains of Abraham, where both heroes fell, the English General Wolfe and the French General Montcalm. On the field of battle, a stately column marks the spot where Wolfe died in the hour of victory on September 13th, 1759. In the Governor's Garden, overlooking the St. Lawrence, a similar monument commemorates Montcalm. The citadel covers 40 acres and is a strong fortification. One of the favorite sights is the daily drill of the regiments, and the general military activity, changing sentries, bodies of troops moving through the streets, and the splendid music by the regimental bands is a great delight to the people. The old town streets are as narrow and tortuous as those in the provincial towns of France. The popular mode of threading these irregular thoroughfares is by riding in the calash, a vehicle peculiar to Quebec on two wheels. There is a quaint charm in wandering over the ups and downs of the famous old city, and plenty to keep one wide awake. The glory of Quebec is in its famous promenade, Dufferin Terrace, named in honor of the former Governor General. This grand terrace runs for 1,400 feet along the edge of a cliff 200 feet high, commanding a magnificent prospect. Several of the old gates remain as memorials of the time when it was a walled city. Toronto is a flourishing city of 200,000 inhabitants. Its streets are in contrast with those of Montreal and Quebec, being planned to cross at right angles on the American model. It is situated on a sheltered bay which affords a commodious harbor. Its central thoroughfare, Yonge Street, was constructed as a military road in 1796, and it goes as far as Lake Simcoe, 30 miles away. The provincial legislature meets in the handsome building in Queen's Park, with the university as a near neighbor, a handsome edifice in the Norman style. Toronto has a great interest in the shipping trade on the lakes and is rapidly adding to its industries. Canadian winters are warmed up by the love of sport which characterizes the people. In Montreal, it has long been the custom to erect a huge and thoroughly artistic palace with ice blocks for stones. Thousands come from near and far to the festivals held in the palace grounds. When the electric lights add their brilliance, the scene is entrancing. Snowshoe clubs are popular, each with its blanket uniform, and they combine choral music with their moonlight games. The Canadian toboggan has found a welcome in many lands during recent years. A winter holiday has more attractions than terrors for most strangers after the first few days. The air is cold, dry, and bracing. The energy of the people is remarkable. Canada has its titled magnates, its great philanthropists, its scholars and writers, and has sent its volunteer soldiers to share the perils and honors of England's wars. It also offers the finest mountain scenery in the Selkirk Range as another inducement to travelers to make its closer acquaintance. Melbourne is the most populous city in Australasia. To appreciate its position fairly, it is necessary to consider its age, which is to say its youth, and the good use it has made of it. Chicago has in Melbourne a worthy rival claimant for the distinction of being the champion city in rapidity of development. Melbourne stands as advantageously at the head of Port Phillip Bay as Chicago does on Lake Michigan. It was in 1835 that John Faulkner, the first white man who went there to live, sailed up the Yarra in his boat, happily named the Enterprise. He had not gone far before he was stopped by a waterfall. He found himself in a forest of wattle trees in full bloom, scenting the air all around. Here he decided to stay and watch results. The blows of his axe as he felled a tree frightened flocks of beautiful white cockatoos that flew around like so many winged harbingers of good luck. The little space Faulkner cleared is the center of Melbourne, the largest city of the largest island in the world. Within 15 years it had a population of 25,000, little short of that of Chicago at the same date. Now it numbers 500,000. Considering that Australia lies right across the globe and was as blank a land as darkest Africa, the record of Melbourne is phenomenal. Like Chicago, it first took the native name Dutagala. For reasons of its own, very practical, its more fashionable quarter called itself Williamstown, after the king. The inland district chose to be known as Melbourne, in honor of Queen Victoria's first premier. The province was separated from New South Wales in 1851 and retains the name Victoria. The discovery of gold about that time gave Melbourne its rank as capital of the colony. The traveler who lands at Melbourne as it is today might fancy himself in an American city as to the arrangement of the streets and general character of the people. The streets cross at right angles, and the general run of the public and private buildings indicate prosperity and excellent taste. Collins Street will hold its own against the chief shopping street in any town of its size. Bourke Street is as busy over commercial transactions on large lines as London and New York in their degree. As a city, Melbourne is well and wisely planned. The streets are 99 feet wide, and there are squares and parks in abundance. The public buildings have been put where they can be seen to advantage. The usual civic halls and institutions are on the English model. The town hall, for instance, is not only a home for the city authorities, but it provides a handsome hall for public gatherings, in which is a splendid organ, public recitals being frequently given. Each of the suburbs that rank as independent municipalities has a town hall of its own. The colonists carried with them the love of the old country's time-honored sports. Costly cricket grounds and race courses flourish. The annual race for the Melbourne Cup attracts between 1 and 200,000 spectators. Australian cricketers have always equaled and frequently surpassed the English players in skill. The Protestants and Catholics have a cathedral each. The university, the museum, and art galleries keep pace with the times. The working population largely own their homes. Snow is unknown. In general, the climate is fine and equable. The people have prospered despite a fair share of the troubles from which no community is free. When trade and politics come into conflict, there is sure to be temporary stagnation. The Melbourne press is influential, brilliant, and clean-handed. Not a few of the ablest among prominent English statesmen took active part in the earlier public life of the colony, notably Robert Lowe, afterwards Lord Sherbrooke, Sir Hugh Childers, Sir Charles Gavan Duffy, and the Premier of Queen Victoria and King Edward VII, Lord Salisbury. Melbourne has given several conspicuously gifted writers to the world. It has done little in the way of boasting until a recent claim startled American ears. The following is taken from a London daily. America is proud of its big trees, but Australia would probably be awarded first prize in a competition between the two continents under this head. Has a church service ever been held in America in the hollow of a tree? That event recently took place in Gippsland, the eastern province of Victoria. A giant eucalyptus, or gum tree, has been cut through at a distance of 20 feet from the ground. The remaining part of the trunk was then hollowed out and roofed overhead. A room 25 feet in breadth was thus formed. It was found capable of accommodating a congregation of 50. But it is not to be permanently used as a church. Its owner intends converting it soon into a creamery. Sydney, the capital of New South Wales, is the oldest of Australian cities, having been founded in January 1788. The celebrated Captain Cook named the entire eastern part of Australia New South Wales in 1770. England determined to make it a penal settlement. The first fleet with its cargo of convicts had to push past a barrier of cliffs in search of fresh water, and on finding it the human freight was unloaded, which was the origin of Sydney. The little colony of unwilling pilgrims numbered 756 persons. By the influx of British capitalists and settlers, the population is now well on to 500,000. The capital stands on the shore of Port Jackson, one of the great harbors of the world, and the surrounding scenery is exceedingly fine. Its sea frontage is over 12 miles of bold cliffs and charming beaches. It is the only capital whose inhabitants have to go no farther than their own outskirts for seashore resorts of the most attractive character. On the shore are the inner and outer domains, on which are Government House with its grounds and a grand public park. The principal race course is that of Hyde Park, with statues of Prince Albert and Captain Cook. The Botanical Gardens overlook the anchorage of the men of war. The colony owns a substantial fleet by arrangement with the home government. Differing from Melbourne and other new cities, Sydney, in the old quarters at least, has an irregularity characteristic of English towns. The newer portions conform to the latest ideals of handsome town building. The Sydney people enjoy life with a heartiness that contrasts with the grim monotony observable in so many large cities in England and America. Nature has lavished its best gifts in such profusion that the population cannot help being happy. A new departure of the first importance in the history of the colony was signalized on the first day of the new century by the formal initiation of the new Commonwealth of Australia. The policy of federation has been discussed for years, but many difficulties had to be met. The general sentiment was that if federated, the several colonies are strong enough to manage their own affairs without submitting everything to the home government. New Zealand was urged to join, but for some reasons to be noticed later on, that colony decided to remain independent. The 5 continental colonies and Tasmania joined the federation as original states. The new constitution is like that of Canada, except that the powers of the central parliament are limited by the provincial bodies. The capitals of the 2 larger states have been described. Next comes Queensland, the northeastern portion of the continent, which has quite a number of flourishing ports and towns besides its capital, Brisbane, a city of 125,000 inhabitants. Tasmania is an island which lies off the southern coast. The last of the aboriginal natives died in 1876. It was also a penal settlement under its original name, Van Diemen's Land. Transportation of convicts was abolished in 1853 and its name changed to Tasmania. The island is free from the hot winds of the continent. There is general prosperity and an increasing population. The capital is Hobart, with about 42,000 inhabitants. Western Australia explains itself. The land is rich in valuable timber. Of its great trees, the several varieties of eucalyptus are found in great abundance. The climate is exceedingly healthy and delightful. Country life is enjoyed to the full, always with the possibility of a gold mine being found under the back garden. The famous Coolardy goldfields are in this region, and the soil is as fertile as any in the world. Perth is the capital, a flourishing city of 35,000 people. South Australia came into formal existence as a separate province in 1836. It has an area of over 900,000 square miles, being twice that of Germany and France combined, and 15 times that of England and Wales. The climate is that of southern France and Italy. Its capital, the city of Adelaide, ranks next after Melbourne and Sydney, with a population of 150,000. These 6 provinces form the new Commonwealth. New Zealand is a colony consisting of 3 islands in the South Pacific Ocean, east of New South Wales. In the first convention to promote federation, the representative from New Zealand stated that there were 1,200 reasons against the inclusion of his colony in the scheme, these being the 1,200 miles of sea that separate its capital Wellington from Melbourne. It is a remarkable colony and has made remarkable progress. It was explored by Tasman as far back as 1642 and was visited in 1777 by Captain Cook, but its colonization dates from 1839. Its area is about 105,000 square miles, a little smaller than Great Britain and Ireland, and it is a splendid agricultural and grazing country. Sheep raising is one of its chief sources of wealth. There is a population of 750,000, of whom 40,000 are native Maoris. Wellington has about 50,000 inhabitants, Auckland 66, Dunedin 50, Christchurch 55, with several smaller cities and towns. New Zealand has a wealth of scenery unsurpassed anywhere. Its wonderful hot springs and natural terraces are described elsewhere in this work by James Anthony Froude. An earthquake has since destroyed some of the scenes he so eloquently depicts. The traveller will find the climate and natural charms of New Zealand very fascinating. Not less remarkable are its people in respect of their progressive spirit. The legislation of the colony has been more daring, its people more unconventional, and its trade more prosperous for a long period than has been the case with any other British colony. Its isolation from Australia has developed an independence and an originality supposed to be peculiar to Americans. Climate and the kindness of nature in yielding abundance of her store have wrought upon the spirit of the people. They have enjoyed, in the fullest sense of the word, absolute freedom in self-government, unaffected by the legislation or bias of the Australian government. Their land laws have surprised some of the older and less venturous legislatures. In commercial affairs they have played for their own hand. Even in minor matters, if social life is to be so classed in this connection, New Zealand has boldly adopted policies which the outer world would not have dared to try, even if the idea had occurred, but which it adopted when New Zealand showed the way. As instances, take the short skirt bicycle costume for women and the surpliced and capped women choirs in churches, both of which originated in New Zealand. End of Chapter 1 of The World's Great Capitals.
Chapter 1 of Youth's Way by Cale Young Rice. First Chapter Collection 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1 of Youth's Way. Most people kindled at sight of David Anson and longed for children, if they had none. The stricter of them, simple farmer folk, felt at the same time that a boy of 12 had better think more of fields at his feet than of what went on inside his small head. But this was rather because they distrusted his ardent imaginativeness, which stirred to hunger, if not dissatisfaction, the dull monotony of their meager lives. No good, they were sure, would come of it. The full measure of this ardor was certainly to be seen in David's gray eyes, under their shock of red-brown hair, on the most expectant morning of his young years. After an early farm breakfast, he had not gone with Uncle William to the barn where the day's work was beginning, nor had he hung questioningly about while Aunt Mary cleared away and made ready to churn. Instead, he hastened around the long, low house, made of soundest logs, to 3 great oaks, his playfellows by the gate. There, seated on a fence post, he was gazing up the white dust road that stretched away to the hills. The sun had just risen above these Kentucky hills rimming Anson Farm, and was, as Aunt Mary once told him, laughing away the pretense of the June wheat that dewdrops hanging on its ears were diamonds. The corn, breast high, was whispering with fresh green briskness, doubtless trying, David chuckled, to ask, "Who's coming?" A jay in the oak leaves overhead egotistically shrieked a right to make as much noise as any boy. And between assertions of the jay there came from a rail fence dividing wheatland and woodland a clear, glad lark note that caused David to look yearningly down the road again, though he knew that Haley and Ronald with her could not come for hours yet. David had lived at Anson Farm with Uncle William and Aunt Mary ever since his mother and father died 7 years before. Mother, he was told, because a little baby brother the doctor was going to bring didn't come, and father because mother died and because he was wounded in the Civil War. After 4 more of these years, Uncle William was perhaps going to send him to the city, where Uncle George lived, and where he was to go to school with Haley and Ronald, whom he was to greet for the first time today. What would Haley and Ronald be like? Aunt Mary said that if girls were flowers, Haley would be a wild rose, or if birds, a lark, though she did live in a city. She showed David Haley's picture, too, sent by Aunt Sylvia, and said Haley was fair, with ripples of hair that had not decided yet whether to be gold or brown, because it's not always possible to tell until later what your life's going to be and which color will suit you best. The picture faced you with large eyes that seemed ready to wonder at you, and possibly, if you gave them good reason, to admire. From the moment of beholding this picture, David had determined that if heroism or slavery could avail, those eyes should admire him, and as is the way with us, man and boy, he thereupon took stock of his own and the farm's most winsome resources. Consequently, he had not been abashed last night when Uncle William told him the meaning of the scripture reading, and Jacob served for Rachel 7 years. He was prepared even for that, though it occurred to him for some reason that there was an incalculable factor in the situation, Haley's stepbrother Ronald. For Aunt Sylvia, Haley's mother, had first married a widower, whatever that meant. David swung his legs from the fence until Cousin Noah, Uncle William's grown-up son, had locked the corn crib and harnessed Brown Bess for tobacco plowing. And then he decided he had better discuss Haley's probable likes and dislikes with Aunt Mary again. For Aunt Mary had strange ways of knowing things nobody else did, as if they were being whispered to her, like in the Bible. But as he slid off the railing, he saw the dust of an approaching vehicle far up the road, and joy quivered tumultuously down to his heart, where he hurried in to spread the news. "They're coming, Aunt Mary," he called, capering up to the serene woman who was churning in the dog trot that divided dining room and kitchen from the rest of the house. "They're coming." Aunt Mary looked up out of what David had heard Uncle William call her inner abiding place, and smiled. Her lips were always as ready with sweetness and gentle humor as were her spectacled eyes with sympathy and clear understanding. "Not yet, child," she replied. "It's still too early. That woodpecker there hasn't found 4 ripe cherries yet." "But they are, Aunt Mary, fast!" exclaimed David. "The dust is just flying uppity. I guess she wants to get here to us quick. Maybe Jeb's driving his racehorse." Aunt Mary was going to say "maybe" in the soft way that made people look twice at her, but suddenly she changed, stopped churning, and her inner abiding place seemed clouded. "Why, something is the matter," she said, and untying her apron, which she hung on the churn, she hurried through the living room to the gate. The vehicle which David had seen was a dust-wrapped buggy reeling hurriedly toward them 100 yards away. Almost before the lad could see that Haley was not in it, a lathered horse was jerked up, panting, at the gate. The driver, now recognizable as Farmer Ledbetter, leaned from it with red streaming face and agonized lips. "I'm asking you to come again, Mrs. Anson," he gasped. "I'm begging you. She's had another attack, and only you and your faith can save her. I'm begging you, for Christ's sake, to come." David, gazing at the bloodshot, desperate eyes of the pleader, was not surprised at these words, for the neighborhood around had long regarded Aunt Mary as a faith healer. On certain days in summer, the boy had seen afflicted folk come from far and near with wens, goiters, rheumatism, and various other ailments to be healed. Along the roads, in the fields, or in the courthouse yard at Foxton, her cures were discussed with reverent awe and admiration. "And you, Farmer Ledbetter, have caused the attack?" she demanded very quietly. "You've been drinking again? Do you want to kill her struggling face so that she can't be cured?" The stammering reply was pitiful. "S'help me God, Mrs. Anson, I have, but I won't no more. Not if my bowels flame with thirst, I won't, if you'll come." Aunt Mary turned toward David. "Tell them at dinner, child, where I've gone," she said, getting into the buggy without more ado, and added, as the horse turned about, "Keep the chickens out of the garden, and show Haley and Ronald where to put their things when they come." David promised obedience and watched them drive away. He was fascinated as usual by Aunt Mary's strange manner. It affected him as did the invisible power of stars or of heat lightning at night. He turned away from his seat at the gate and began to wander musingly around the yard, to Aunt Mary's loom house first, where the loom seemed lonesomely quiet, then to the rain barrel, in whose opaque water, smelling of shingles and soot, his startled fancy seemed for a moment to see Haley. He wondered if Haley, too, would be a healer when she grew up. Noon came, and a mirage of heat wavered over everything, but Haley and Ronald did not appear. Mammy Caroline, who had been the boy's nurse and who had come to the farm to cook when he was brought there, told him to ring the big bell high in an oak prong outside the dining room to let Mars William and Mars Noah know dinner was ready. Uncle William came first. He was also amazingly silent, except in camp meetings at Shiloh on Sundays. Yet his silence was not oppressive or terrifying. It was rather like that of a tree. And David thought his high cheekbones and gnarled knuckles were like tree knots, too, knots that grew around with sap swelling under the bark. Cousin Noah, who also was lean and wiry, was far from silent. He had jerky blue eyes that always seemed to be thinking of queer little things inside his head. He was constantly breaking into snatches of song like "Rats in the Sugar Bowl, Skip to My Lou," or "I Won't Have None of Your Weevily Wheat," and he would do funny little dance steps to them if Uncle William wasn't looking. Sometimes, however, he was speechless and gloomy. That was when he wanted to go away to be a cowboy in Texas, which Uncle William opposed. Both Uncle William and Cousin Noah dipped water into the tin wash basin with a gourd that hung on the log wall, and were soon ready for the fried chicken which had been odorously teasing David's appetite for 10 minutes. The dinner table that awaited them was large and round, with an elevated revolving center on which jellies, bread, preserves, and vegetables were placed, so that every one could turn it and help himself. When they sat down, Uncle William said grace, which David always thought should come after the meal. As country hunger is not loquacious, and as Aunt Mary's message had been delivered, David's tongue was wholly free to make other speed. But when he was about ready for preserves, a startling thought suddenly struck his mind and ended appetite. What if the train, which was to bring Haley and Ronald to Foxton, whence they were to drive to Hanson Farm, had run off the track? Or what if Jesse James, whose deeds Cousin Noah had often related to him, had held up the cars and run away with Haley to make her his wife? The possibility caused him to spring up, wiping his hands on his shirt, and to scatter knife and napkin on the floor. "Why, boy," said Uncle William, looking up in mild surprise, with fork poised in space, "what's ailing you?" We must stop him, Uncle William," cried David, quite possessed by his imagining. I mean Jesse James. If he's held up the train, we could go across the bottoms with your gun before... Now, bless my bones!" Uncle William stared, astonished. "Are you getting the Texas fever, too?" "He'll run away with her, Uncle William, and make her marry him," David explained. "And Haley doesn't want to. I know she doesn't." Uncle William looked at Cousin Noah and said, "Ahem." Cousin Noah chuckled, a bit sheepishly, then avowed solemnly that, as he had been told Jesse James already had a wife, he really guessed there wasn't much danger, and that anyhow he heard the sound of wheels. David, who had been all fears, was now all ears, and a moment later all legs. When he reached the gate with Shep, Cousin Noah's collie, at his heels, he found that wheels were indeed near. A surrey was coming up, and on the front seat with Jeb Jason, who kept the livery stable at Foxton, was Haley. Then a strange thing happened. At sight of Haley, heaven and earth instantly became a wild, throbbing blur to David, and before he knew it he was flying panic-stricken, though without knowing why, from the scene. Uncle William, against whom he tumbled, was amazed and exclaimed, "What addles the boy?" On the orchard grass, where he flung himself down, David was soon asking the same question. He tried to tell himself that his soiled shirt had been the cause of his ignominious flight, but that it was not was evidenced by his gallant return, a few minutes later, to meet Haley's round, dubious eyes and Ronald's hang-lipped cynicism. That he had merely run away instinctively from the first enthralling tentacles of femininity was an explanation he could no more have comprehended at the time than a larva can comprehend that it will one day become a butterfly. End of Chapter 1 of Youth's Way.